Oh man. Oh man. Hopefully my dog will stop barking very soon. Um, okay, what did we get up to last week? Yes, you guys approached the palace of the Prince of Frost. Oh, I should pull up his wiki page so I know what the hell I'm talking. Yes, the Vale of Long Night you find yourselves in here at the palace of the Prince of Frost's fortress. I believe it's called the Fortress of Fallen Tears. It might be. Uh, well, oh well, doesn't matter. You, no, yeah, the Fortress of Fallen Tears. That's right. You come to this great fortress where it has been constructed completely of stalagmite, stalactite, ice-like features. Stone floors and secret entrances. You also find that there's a number of winter eladrin that serve at the Prince of Frost's pleasure, who are vampiric in nature, seemingly compelled by the will of their master. You have made your way through the various places. You have found that some things about the character of this person you are to face, more than most things, a incredible determination, a cruelty upon all the world, wanting them to feel his pain. This deeply engrossed in despair and tragedy, and one who is in the fits of desperation, of despair, one who does not find joy in the world any longer, and their own domain has encapsulated winter to reflect his frozen heart. You then proceeded outside to face a frost giant known as the Everlasting. And it seemed interested in Brock and asked that Brock acquiesced to a challenge. Brock, battle-worn, abilities spent, made no such complaint, but only showed visceral determination to face down this challenge, and face it down he did, laying blow after blow of this unending enemy, this regenerating, rage-induced enemy. Brock fought bravely and mightily, and even to the point where the Everlasting One said, like, he's completed my challenge. I am satisfied. Brock kept fighting until he could fight no longer, and impressed the Everlasting One, imparted upon Brock a boon of his god, the god of destruction and hunger. And Brock has had gained certain frosty giant powers. And with that, the party was given sanctuary by the Everlasting One, impressed by Brock's magnificent challenge. So you all will have gained a short rest. And then he will show you the entrance to the Prince of Frost's lair. Is there anything anyone would like to do during this short rest before facing the inevitable?
I'm going to convert some spell slots. Packed thing.
Sure. Yeah.
But like,
I need to
other
roll
than
some
that,
hit dice.
Fair
yeah,
enough.
hit dicey. So, oh, I already did hit dicey thingy.
Just let me know when you guys are ready to proceed.
Hold on, just let me roll 16 d12
Nah, go for it.
and a d6.
Look, you got a 6-person party. It makes me so happy.
Let me know if you don't manage to get to full by the end of all your hit dice.
There's no way.
You got a big health pool, my friend.
22, 28,
You one tough sort of a bitch, you know? There we go.
11, 20.
And before we proceed, as long as we're doing this, I would like to remind everybody why you're here. You are here in pursuit of the fourth section of the prophecy of seasons falls, which is follows. Winter, in all its cold delight, seeks an immortal night. Through the long fangs of frost, enraged by those it has lost. This is the clue to achieving this next portion to Seasons Fall.
Well, he has it. And it'll be some kind of armor. A piece of armor of some sort, I believe. So. Should we go have a conversation?
Yeah, probably shouldn't stall any longer. Is everybody else ready for what's in there?
Yeah.
No.
I'll use a arcane recovery as well.
Fine.
First time using it, so basically I can recover spell slots up to a combined level of 9.
Yeah, that original.
And none of the slots can be 6th level or higher. Okay. So four, 5, 6, 7. Not a bad ability.
Okay, I got 1 hit point to spare.
You heard him, Trixie. Juice him up. One hit
sure.
point. Like,
1 hit point, I think he'd left.
yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm fine. And I have 1 hit die left. I didn't use them all.
Hey, there you go.
I almost said.
Well, then you definitely don't get my healing spells.
Hell yeah. Yeah, birder. Okay. Is everybody good to go?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. Fair enough. Let's get underway. The everlasting one just sort of he will sort of press his hand into the snow. It goes long. He sort of murmurs something in giant under his breath. And there's a under your feet, sort of beneath the ground. You can feel the earth making these sounds and movements. And as he raises his hand, he sort of just gestures to the spiral staircase that you were standing on. And says, follow, in giant, but you'll understand, Trixie. Follow the path down, and you shall meet Prince of Frost. It will be interesting to see if I see you all again.
You'll definitely see Brock again. That's just a no-brainer.
He looks over to you, Brock, with like a smirk under his big white beard, and says, I have no doubt. It is possible.
He's making fun of your height. Okay, let's go.
What?
The dragon goes,
Nothing-
what?
nothing,
No,
let's
he didn't
go.
hear. He didn't hear. He didn't hear. What the fuck? Stirring the pot. That's so funny. All right. Okay, you guys, I will move you when it becomes necessary. But you guys move over to, I'm going to turn up the exposure a little bit, actually, before we proceed, because we're booked. Oh, it's all the way up. Great. Love that. You guys move down the spiraling staircase. You find your way through some ice paths. You make your way down a long, forlorn staircase where the walls grow colder and the air grows even more bitter. You see a couple of bones, skulls of skeletons of those who perhaps attempted to come before, frozen into the very architecture, and you come to a big double door at the end of the stairs down beneath the earth. What do you do?
Uh, Jace is going to check for traps.
Jace is gonna look for traps. Oh my god. Do you make an investigation check?
I'm gonna check for push and pull.
Investigation. Oh,
You
fuck,
see a
Jace is
sign
savage.
wrote in the old tongue that says push.
Oh, okay. To push.
It's too bad that you don't read the old tongue.
Oh, I have no
No,
idea.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Natural 20 for 24.
You check out this door and no sign of any traps. I'll say per this investigation check, you do see that'd be more of a survival thing, so never mind. Never mind, you don't see anything. I'll give you some. You do see like maybe some traffic, some recent traffic through here, but otherwise, that's all.
Okay. Yeah, Jace will open up the door in whichever way works.
No. You guys open. Well, let's see what. It is a push. You open up the door to see a great frozen fountain, massive ice spires that hold the roof up. You see beyond you statues of sort of forlorn sort of women in posture. Many sort of serrated, sharp ice spikes jutting from the walls and the roof itself. Beyond it, you see a number of icicles sort of keeping at bay what looks to be some kind of frozen sarcophagi. And you see at the end of the hall two women who resemble the statues, who are sort of standing as such, sort of glaring down. And you can kind of hear within the chamber, there's sort of an echoing of another voice coming from the other side of the fountain. You don't hear the words you have to enter in, but like, people just sort of, it seems to be communication between, there's already guests here, it seems. You will not be the first. What do you do?
Walk in.
Meet
Yeah,
the other
yeah,
guests.
Shall we enter and introduce ourselves?
That's why we're here.
I'm just putting down all 6 of you. You enter within and you see sort of amongst the ice on the walls as you begin to enter skeletal bodies frozen in almost like a great mausoleum of sorts. You walk in, make your way around, and you see standing familiar to some degree. You see creatures with iron-like skin, dressed in different apparel. You see a couple of guards, which many of you are not unfamiliar with, as you might have seen in the Iron Fey kingdoms. They also have this other individual look very sort of ready for the cold weather, goggles. All of its skin is completely covered, but the two at the front, they look to be sort of elven, maybe half elven. Their skin definitely sort of reflective, metallic-like. One is dressed very business cash. Definitely has like a cell phone they keep checking, putting back in their pocket, and they seem to be leading the speaking. Another one in a white lab jacket with sort of Coke bottle glasses, and is just kind of standing a little nervously looking around. You see the floor under their feet doesn't seem to be well, everything in here is ice and stone, so it doesn't seem that the world is dying around them as it usually is. But they seem to be speaking, and the woman with sort of her hair pulled back tight, she's got the big black sunglasses on, very, keep business moving, going, I'm telling you, it's a deal. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You're not going to get anywhere better, anything better than this. Your master's been going through this lament for the whole entire life, and we've got the key to make it all happen. And sort of turn to see you go, whoa. I didn't tell that there would be other guests at this negotiation. The Sisters of Lament, as you can clearly tell them to be at this point, sort of dropping down from the roof. The two Eladrin that escaped the battle earlier sort of come, bow at the ready. And these two sisters, very lithe, very slim, very much like the Snow Princesses, except there's something more sort of sharp about their features. Sharp cheekbones, sharp jaw, very, very, very thin, almost like malnourished. Very like 90s model anorexia. And they're sort of covered in like these sharp glass, almost dresses, long, sharp fingers, almost made of ice in a way. They turn and they say, "Who are you who comes to our master's home? You were not invited here."
We are the Knights of the Scorched Earth, and we've come to seek audience with your master.
You must wait your turn. Our master's already receiving guests.
We're happy to wait, are we not?
Yes, we shall wait quite patiently.
Okay, and you guys just kind of stand idly and wait. The sort of business casual lady's like, "Hey, this doesn't seem right. I mean, I gotta say, we don't know these people. Sensitive negotiations. It might be all of our best interest if they were to step outside, just so we can have a little privacy for our meeting here." And the Sisters of Lament say, "Silence, fool from faraway lands. We've at least heard of these new guests, but you come unannounced, and with a name we know not. You hamper patience. She goes, "Well, all right. Don't mean no offense to you and your master. All right, we'll skip right to it. Dr. Jameson, if you'd be so kind." You see the woman in the half-elven woman in the lab coat says, "Oh, yeah, of course," and goes into their pocket and pulls out a orange plastic vial with what looks like a piece of paper stuck to the side of it and a white cap, and sort of shakes it, and you can hear this sort of sound, like as if there's like many little pebbles inside of it or something. She goes, "We call it the tranquilizer. See, your master pops one of these every day. They're not even going to know they were heartbroken. I'm telling you. He's been going through all this suffering, all this cruel malice, all of this wants to bring contempt and apocalypse to all the worlds. Pop a tranquilizer every day. You'll find that you might be getting over this problem. Experts have led us to believe that there might be some mental cognitive issues amongst the Archfey people, something that we're probably coining to be a mental disorder known as perhaps a depressive disorder through bipolar disorder, very common amongst Archfey. So we're telling you, if you take a couple of these, your master's not going to know anyone ever broke his heart or whisked away his true love into eternity by the Queen of Death. I'm telling you, it's a great deal. And all your master's got to do is just promise to take no sides in the incoming war. That's all we ask." The Sisters of Lament say, "He would suffer his cold heart no longer. His laments would be over. You could promise this of an Archfey." Says, "I'm telling you, cutting edge antipsychotics. Cutting edge. I'm telling you." And they sort of consider. They go, "Master, speak for himself." And they sort of turn their back to sort of say, "Master, a solution to all your pains and trials may be at an end. Rise and speak to these Oh, sorry, I lost my words. Unwelcomed guests." The sarcophagi in the back crackles, and the lid pops up. You feel an even colder sting in your bones, cruelty, as if you could very well feel the lament within the very room around you. And you see appearing Prince of Frost himself. He makes his way across, spider climbing over all the shards of broken glass, and he steps forth. Give you a little close up. He says, "You come without warning. Step into my land, promise me absolution. Many have tried. Warlocks of all kind have promised me. From my angers, my cruelties, and you think you can claim it with a simple potion?" This person goes, "No, no, no, your majesty, your princeliness. No, these are no potions, no magic involved, but simple science. I'm telling you, one of these a day, you're gonna find that all your troubles are gonna be behind you. All of the ice that encapsulates your broken heart will melt away, and you won't even notice the broken heart underneath. That's my guarantee. If you don't like it, no harm, no foul. There's absolutely no side effects to these. I promise you. You take these, you can get off them at any time. Well, you might want to take it slow while getting off them, but other than that, no problems, no long-term side effects. You just gotta pop right off of them. Bing bang, no problem. You just help us out in the war. If it doesn't work out, you do whatever they want. How do you say no to a deal like that? Give it a shot. Give it a little test trial. You know what I'm saying? You'll be surprised. Persuasion check. The Prince of Frost walks down. You see everything, an undeathliness, an icy blade sort of held at his side. His armor almost has like jutting pieces of black metal sort of jutting even from the actual cloak that he wears that drapes behind him as he makes his way down the stairs, and approaches the woman who's sort of shaking with the plastic vial, and she like goes to offer it. The Prince of Frost takes it with long, spindly blue fingers and says, "One of these attacks, and my worries are at an end. Will it be like summer again?" No, you don't have to worry about that. No summer, no winter, none of that. You could just be you, whoever that is, and, it'll cut down the lows, it'll cut down the highs, all gone, no problem, no questions asked. I will try now. And if they fail, you will be torn to shreds where you stand. Says, sounds like a fair deal to me.
Can I step forward real quick?
Sure, you step forward as the Prince of Frost begins to... How do I get into it? You step forward.
Your Majesty, forgive my terribly rude intrusion, and I certainly...
He says, "Who are you to interrupt this communion?"
I'm Tamlin, and I only mean to offer you a bit of assistance because I wouldn't want you to taint your own person with something that might not be worthy. I would be willing to take the first dose for you and report to you happily the side effects or the effects.
He sort of looks at you. Make a persuasion check.
$23.
23. The other individual, the Prince of Frost, looks at you with interest. And he sort of offers his hand, like almost immediately. You're like, "I'll try and let you know how they go." And he just like offers his hand immediately. He's like, "Yeah, absolutely. Fucking hamster, sure." And the woman goes, whoa, Your Majesty, you gotta listen to me now, all right? What has been produced here is only for certain people of certain afflictions. You have to understand, this individual, I know nothing about them, are doctors, all those people who've taken vast amounts of chemistry and constructed this perfect little pill. They don't know what this individual is afflicted with or how it will affect them. We've been able to see your behaviors and how it influences to creating a perfect sort of medicine, but it might not react. It might react differently to this person. This person isn't an Archfey. They don't have the same chemistry as you. It would be silly for us to use him as a test dummy. We don't have another Archfey around. We couldn't test it on a mere mortal.
Your
Are you-
Majesty,
You
certainly
Are you-
we shouldn't be experimenting with a prince. What else are courtiers and advisors for, if not to tend to these more trivial matters?
All right, make another persuasion check. We're having a little persuasion battle right now, which is cool. I like to see two charismatic characters going up against each other.
19.
19. He looks over to the sort of business person and says, "Silence. Perhaps you from your faraway lands know not how things are done, but he is quite right. We at court do not risk royalty on such whims as you that might try and poison my very soul. You, guest, will take one of these pills, and you will report to me its effects."
Most certainly, I would be more than happy.
Trix, you want to say something?
How do you know so much about the Prince of Frost? Have you been spying on him?
The Prince of Frost looks angrily at that individual with the accusation of spying around. Being spying? Well, of course not. Unless, of course, you consider expert research spying. I mean, the tales of the Prince of the Frost have gone all throughout the Feywild. You'd be done to not find tales of his magnificence all across. The Summer Court fears him. The Winter Court even fears him. It's hard not to find tales of the things he's done and said. And, well, science is what science is. Won't want to complicate your simple druid mind there, miss.
Oh, so you created this stuff through word of mouth and rumors?
Because, well, it's not as simple as all of that. I mean, I'd be more than happy to show you our laboratories if that's what you wish, but I guarantee you our doctors and chemical experts know exactly what they're doing. We have artificers of a very high level, alchemists of a very great skill, all have sort of come together and created this, not just for you, but for many Archfey, help Archfey all across the Feywild.
Then forgive me, Doctor. If I may identify one of these pills, it would, and if it performs the way that you say it will, then it will nothing but further your stance to the Great Prince.
Well, this is a gift for the Prince of Frost. If the Prince of Frost thinks it would be fitting to hand the pill over to someone of a lesser technical understanding of these things to try and inspect it, by all means. But, Your Majesty, as you said, this is your court. You may pick your experts to look upon these pills and see what you can learn of them. But I promise you they are beyond the station of any mere knights, they said. They're not scientific professionals. These are just warriors. They're jugheads, you see. I would implore you to employ only experts in this field.
And I would implore you, Doctor, not to call me a jughead, or you will regret it. Perhaps you have already gone too far, I fear to say.
She goes, "Hostilities under your roof, Prince of Frost. How unbecoming of these new visitors." The Prince of Frost says, "Oh, will be silent. You speak too much," pointing at the person offering the pills. It says, "And all of you are unexpected guests as well. I will accept your paladin's offer of testing these pills for me. And all will remain under my roof in an armistice of truce until such a time as I determine what I wish to do next. Is that understood?" Oh.
All right. So Timon takes one of the pills in his palm and he says,
Make me a
your
sleight of hand check
pleasure.
to see if you can get the pill bottle open.
Child safety lock.
Child safety lock.
13.
13. You're like, the fucking, how do I can't get, but eventually you're like, okay, like there's like a push there, and you manage to figure it out, and you like get it open, and there's like a visible like from like the Prince of Frost as you're struggling with it too. You open it up, you look inside,
hold
you
it,
see these, like, yeah,
hold it in my palm and bow my head respectfully and say, "Your pleasure, Your Majesty."
okay. You look at this really like to think something so small as claims to have such power, like not even the quarter of the size of your fingernail. This little sort of brown pill, and you put her back. Nothing happens. The doctor says, this, and this is the actual doctor in the lab coat, says, the medication will take approximately a couple of hours for it to begin to enter the bloodstream and probably produce desired results, even amongst, as it was intended for you, great Archfey, but for all, so it might take anywhere from a couple of hours to a day for the effects to properly settle in, and maybe a second dose might be even expertly considered. Prince of Frost is fine. All of you will find yourselves accommodations within my palace, and all will return here to determine if this is a medication worthy of me. And this sort of fast talker one says, "As you say, Your Highness, it was a great honor to see you here. I hope that we can come to a more mitigated arrangement when the sun the sun doesn't rise in this plane of cruelty and malice. Whenever you decide is the right time, Your Highness." And sort of says, we will kindly take our exit, find somewhere to set up shop, and we will see you when the time is right. And they sort of bow. They turn around, begin to leave. You see that person takes what many of you, I think Vivian and Tamlin being new don't know what this is, but Trixie, Nithroyal, and Brock know this to be a cell phone. Takes a cell phone and goes, yeah, no, we just had a meeting, and yeah, we're going through, let me get to somewhere a little more private, and begins to meander off, talking into this strange sending item that they possess. Yeah, and the little group of 5 wanders off. The Prince of Frost sort of turns around and returns up the steps, uncaringly.
We should probably wander off too.
Yes, it does look that way.
Well, he huddles with the Sisters of Lament and they talk. Go ahead.
I mean, we've waited for them to be complete. It is only right that we take our stand as the current seers of the prince.
I do think that we should find out what's going on with that. They have no business here. We can foil their operation and like to.
I'm worried if we make our statement with the prince now, it might open up a larger can of worms.
I agree.
Yes, I mean, I believe we've earned ourselves a more lengthy welcome. I would suggest that we try to adhere to the prince's schedule.
Yes, that is.
Also,
just.
Trixie, should you be watching Tamlin to make certain that it wasn't poisoned? I have no facility.
It's probably going to turn you iron.
Once, perhaps we should have the remainder of this conversation in some more quiet quarters.
Jace pipes up. He's like, "Wait, so those were the Iron Fey? That's what they are."
Those are some of them.
What was those things that they were carrying? It was quite luminous and.
It doesn't matter. Everything's horrible. They're all horrible. They poison everything. They're just bad.
Oh.
They suck.
Well, I no disrespect to your nature powers. We share a lot of the same things, but I mean, it seems like they have some pretty sweet ranged options for a member of myself.
A member of myself.
I think your wife, who is really connected to nature and all that, would really hate them as well. So I think you should just hate them with me and her and all the other nature people.
I've heard of this part of marriage. Yes.
Yes, I will keep an eye on Tamlin for like any signs of like poison or mood change. Like I'll try to keep an eye, like, medicine check wise, just as we're going and talking.
All right.
Yeah. Once I feel like we're out of, I mean, I'm sure that somebody in here is relatively omniscient, but once we're out of like direct earshot, at least that I think, I'll kind of mention to the group that like I assume those were the Iron Fey. My intention, regardless of the effect, is to do my best to mask any effects at all, and to play their medicine off as a ruse.
That's smart.
Oh no, I'm even more depressed and sorrowful.
Right. Exactly, Brock.
I wish I could have gotten a chance to see exactly what was composed in that pill, but I suppose we will have the effects in a few hours.
Oh, don't I still have the bottle?
I think they would have. The Iron
Taken it
Fey would
back?
have accepted that back from you. In fact, I think
Okay.
like I had you open the bottle for fun, but I think they would have like given you a pill. They wouldn't have given you the full bottle.
Fair enough.
Yeah. That would have been stupid, as they say.
Out of their greasy iron hands.
Exactly.
Did anyone else catch a... There was a bit of dialogue that the doctor, as she calls herself, said, and she said the highs as well as the lows would be gone. Would that not entertain the idea that one could not feel the best emotions as well as the lowest emotions?
That's exactly what she said.
Yeah,
And think
so
about the
like you're
effects on the
essentially
Feywild if all of the Archfey all of a sudden had no significant emotions. That sounds like
you
a
have no
trap.
feelings. What's the point on doing anything?
Yes, and their emotions is what controls their realms, their...
It sounds like a really easy way to take someone over. That's a terrible idea. I mean, it's a smart idea. We just can't let it happen.
Yes, it is incredibly smart. I have never thought about what would happen if you take away the exaggerated emotions from an Archfey.
Perhaps this is something that we could bring up to the prince himself. That he should consider the, obviously in more respectful terms, but he should consider the ramifications of not being able to access extreme emotion.
You won't feel the sorrow, but you'll never feel joy again. And if all of a sudden he's neither sorrowful nor joyful, what happens to his domain? It's insidious. Should we reach out to Zabilna at this point? Or should we wait?
I think we should wait. I think there's more information here to be gathered.
You would see that the Iron Fey seem to be taking up residence in the strange wooden building off to the side. And for the time being, now that you know your way around the palace, I'm just gonna kind of stash your minis in the main hall that has been melted down. Hasn't had a chance to cry that back together yet.
And he never will if he starts taking the pills.
If he gets put on antidepressants, his house will melt.
But Your Honor, how will you fix your house if you're not depressed?
How will you fix your house if you can never cry again?
Oh, the Feywild.
Checkmate.
Checkmate. He's like, fuck, they're right.
I will continue to be depressed.
Brock, make me a con save.
Oh, rad. Awesome. Totally.
Oh, sorry, Tamlin, make me a con save, not you.
Oh.
You're not
That was
all
right.
jacked up.
I'll make one.
You make one
It
if you
was-
want for fun, but
Right, yeah.
Have you
It
seen
was
Brock's
better when Brock
muscles?
was going to do it.
I should have taken the pill, apparently.
Oh, I rolled a natural 1. 10.
oh shit, 10.
Oh, wait.
Um,
Does this count as a spell or magical effect?
this is not a spell nor a magical effect. No, this is
Science.
this is chemistry. The enemy of all. There are no counter spells for these things.
Antacid.
Tamlin, you start to feel really there's no really other way to say it, flat. You're just like kind of wandering around. You have this sort of like ever lying within you, this ever lying zeal for vengeance, this readiness for mortal combat, which is a brutal, emotional, like scary thing to enter, and it takes great courage to enter into. And so you're a being of the Feywild, so you have all of this like ready to access charm and all this charisma. You feel very flat. You feel very. You're having a hard time feeling happy about anything. You're having a hard time feeling sad about anything. You have a hard time just feeling, period. You just feel very blank, like a blank sheet.
Oh, well. This is probably not optimal. I actually do nothing. I do feel an effect. And it is very flattening, very grounding.
Your charisma score is going to drop by 2.
Yep.
Might be better to just tell the Prince of Frost the truth instead of trying to say it doesn't do anything. Because it seems to be working quite effectively.
This might be what he wants.
Perhaps. But it
See,
wouldn't be good.
I just figured they were lying and it was just gonna like blow you up or something.
I
Well,
did think it might have just been poison.
Let us wait until tomorrow to see the full effects. This could just be the initial entering of your bloodstream, as they call it.
I think that'll be up to the prince when
Right. I mean, if we're
he calls
taking
us back.
their pitch at face value, it's not gonna last forever. You have to keep taking it.
Which means they have to keep making them. And why wouldn't they just stop after they have what they want?
So it is precedent to see what it is like when you come off of them.
I mean, the benefit of being honest with the prince, but explaining why even the desired effect might not be optimal, is that we don't have to lie and be seen to be deceivers ourselves. We could still align ourselves with the prince and against the Iron Fey, while guiding him in the proper direction.
I mean, they're both pretty bad folks.
Trixie
we don't-
tries punching Tamlin in the face.
Make an attack roll.
Oh,
Surprise!
This is not going to go well, but I just had a thought and I figured I'd just do it.
Just
Yeah.
accept it.
Oh, natural 20.
Hey! Out of nowhere,
All
none
of
of you
1
expecting
point of
it.
damage doubled, I guess.
Yeah, so 2. Trixie just out of nowhere, just bam, just fucking decks Tamlin as hard as she
Great.
goddamn can. Tamlin, she breaks your
Tap.
fucking nose. She just
yeah.
like fully cracks your nose. And it hurts, and you're like, like, you're bleeding out of your nose. As far as emotions go, other than sort of just like an initial like, whoa, like a surprise, even post getting punched, you don't feel anything. You don't feel like anger or sad or embarrassed or a need for retribution. You don't feel any of that. You just sort of like, okay, I've been punched. Like, it's There's no emotion that goes with it. Just the feeling of being punched.
Trixie's very
Right.
happy. Oh, see that? We can use that.
Right. So yeah, I guess he tends to his nose, but then afterwards, obviously, like you said, like he's not emotional at all. He's not angry about it. He's not even seemingly that surprised. He's more just like, oh well, that was unexpected and a little painful.
Did it work? Maybe I should try.
Would be even better is if Brock had taken the pill and then we punch Brock, because Brock just gets angry at everything. But we didn't do that. But that's fine. But like
I will say,
You could all
I
try and
don't-
take one. We could see what happens to each of you.
I'm not feeling at all like myself.
Tamlin, perhaps you should try to call upon one of your vengeance abilities.
Yeah, that is a fine idea. Let me see if I can access my anger. And so he attempts to cast Spirit Shroud.
You cast Spirit Shroud. The shroud does permeate out from you, but no emotion behind it. Maybe there's something to be learned about the nature of a paladin from that for you, Tamlin, because maybe all of your spells and your features are always linked to this deep sense of sort of hate and a need for vengeance, and that every spell was just a step closer to vengeance, but you don't feel any of that. And even as you recall your most painful memories, the reason why you went down the path of vengeance in the first place, you're apathetic towards it. But the spell does activate, does go off.
Right. So I mean, that's something that would be visible to everybody. So, he would be surrounded with the, souls of the dead or whatever. But he would continue kind of with the same flat stone-faced look and say, I'm able to access it, but it doesn't feel nearly the same. It doesn't feel like anything.
Interesting.
So he could just take these pills and then someone could just walk into his house and he wouldn't care. He'd be like, whatever.
I mean, he kind of did that this time. That's
Who
kind of what
cares?
happened when we walked in.
Here is a line of questioning, Tamlin. If someone were to say they were going to punch you again, how would you feel about that?
Well, I mean, I would find it curious for sure. I don't know that I can identify any merit to it, but I also don't have any strong emotional response.
So would you or would you not retaliate?
Well, certainly not if it was someone who I was close to, and I believed it wasn't with intentional malice or intended violence.
So say an enemy were to wish to strike you down with a sword, how would you respond?
Oh, I'm sure that I could still function in self-defense. I don't think it's taken my desire for mortal preservation.
What about your desire for desire?
And he kind of thinks for a minute and searches the old memory banks for the things that normally work for men. And he's like, no, it does not. It does not seem that is accessible to me right now.
You have this strange moment where you're like, she speaks about the desire of desire, and you think about what you desire most to have returned to you or find,
Sure.
and like, you recognize that you feel no one way about it. Like, there's a cognitive understanding that you want these things.
Sure.
There's a mental logical connection that I want these things because of this, but it's not like based on impulse at all. It's not like you think of it and you feel this unacceptable feeling of betrayal and emotion and anger that you need to overcome. You don't feel any of that. And maybe
Right.
in that moment, as you feel that you can't feel, you can't help but feel sad, almost like as a logical response, but not as a feeling.
So logically, you can figure it out. He should be sad. He just doesn't feel the emotions.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I can certainly, I haven't lost my memory. I remember everything that's happened to me, and I certainly still, I'm not a different person. I have um, all the same desires in terms of the things that I would like for myself and for my life. I just don't feel nearly as passionate about them.
Which I think makes you a completely different person.
They've removed your emotions.
So if someone like just came up and killed someone you cared about and ran away, would you really care to chase after them for revenge? Probably not. You just wouldn't care.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's probably a limit to the intensity and the amount that it can overpower. But normally, even having this conversation would be incredibly bothersome and taxing to me, and I'm able to have it quite comfortably right now.
We just wait.
Shall we test the limits as you speak, Tamlin?
Let's murder one of his loved ones and see how he feels about
Oh, it's cool. It's an illusion.
Shh. Only with your consent, of course, Tamlin.
I mean, certainly, I will admit to a bit of a logical sense of loss if I'm not able to feel as inspired as I normally do.
Then I
I'd
will
certainly be willing to face that.
Then I will do that what must be done. And she will cast Phantasmal Force on you.
it. Okay, make a saving throw, Tamlin. This is a magical effect.
Okay. Intelligence.
Yeah.
$19.
Meets it, beats it.
Beats it.
Or you could just, willingly do
Right.
it.
Yeah, you're right. I should have just done that since I was a willing participant. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
Yeah,
you
you're
will
right.
say that you
I will-
submit
I
to
will-
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
You say you leave your mind open. So Phantasmal Force. What phantasm are you willing upon, Tamlin?
I want to create a scene in his mind where he's back on a farm with his loved one, maybe his dog, and a kid that they have yet to have.
So they've had it. He has one.
Okay, good. And
we're gonna make this hurt like a motherfucker.
Yeah, and
Jesus.
While Tamlin is without armor, beard grown, he's tending to the fields, and he sees his daughter or son.
Son.
He sees his young son running up towards him, which Tamlin responds graciously. I assume. I mean, whatever you act. Your son like walks up to you, and your wife is in the small cottage, watching from the porch, and she has a smile on her face. And at first, it feels like complete peace and utter happiness, fulfillment of a life well lived.
Oh boy.
Until, with the darkening of the sun and a shadow stretching all over everything that you own and care about, you witness a figure completely darkened, only save the red eyes. And by some mystical force, he locks you in place. And you witness him telekinetically pulling both of your loved ones to him. And he stabs them repeatedly.
Oh my god.
Over and over and over again. Their cries hurt your ears. Deafening. Painful. And you are just stuck there, unable to move. And that is what you see for however long we continue this.
Maybe about a minute. So Tamlin, you're right. There does seem to be a limit. As I imagine this would be like a normal you, an incredibly emotional, visceral experience for you. As you like see the wife and the kid, you do feel that sort of like bubbling up in your chest happiness, but never enough to like step over the line, if that makes any sense. Never to like fully feel it and fully appreciate it. It's just like it's almost like a bubble that's grown and is about to pop, but it never quite gets big enough to pop. That's kind of what it feels like. You certainly don't well up. You certainly don't feel like a physical reaction more than that emotionally. And then when like the violent stuff starts happening, you do feel that anger, that gnarl of hatred that you have kept well alive these many years. Similarly, you feel it replace it, very much sort of bubbling up inside you, this heat bubbling up inside you, but never enough to sort of flood over, never enough to like actually become something that you couldn't help but act upon. And you certainly don't feel tears. You certainly don't feel shaking in your hands or your fists or anything like that. You maybe feel like that, that weird, almost like mental feeling you get when you like see something that's like really like grotesque, and you almost feel this like, it almost feels like a mental knife a little bit. You kind of like can't help but look away, and your body seizes. Maybe you feel like a little bit of that, but never enough to boil over into like actionable emotion.
All right. So, as it ends, he says, he kind of clears his throat a little bit, and he says, "Well, that certainly was awful, just horrific. And I certainly wouldn't want to experience it again, but it's the emotion surrounding it is so muted. I can feel it, but certainly not with the same intensity. It's not overpowering. It's not like my perspective has changed. I just am not. I don't have the same ability to react emotionally, essentially."
I do apologize for having to show you those things.
Oh, I certainly understand, and I think it was well worth the value to make the attempt. Thank you, Jace. And I did get to see my family. I did get to see my. Oh, I'm sorry. Mithril.
You're good.
I did get to see my
Take your
family
time.
again.
I don't know about you, but there's something grotesque feeling about showing a friend something truly harming and them thanking you for it. Not in the I think it would even be fucked up in the like sort of sadistic sense, but in the I just don't care enough to be upset about it kind of way. Like there's something truly sickening about it.
Yeah. Well, I feel that we have learned much about how it affects one.
Right. I think that some of you have been correct in that we're better to take this angle with the prince to explain that it does work and how it would feel. Because I'm not confident I could stand up to any sort of deception.
I mean,
Well,
the other side of it, if he did end up agreeing to take the pill, we could then just deal with him, and he'd be a lot easier to deal with. So, I mean, for us,
Right. That
I mean, the
that
thing
is a
is that if he takes the pill, he will be significantly weaker.
yeah. So I don't think we should aim for that. Just, I think either way, we could make work for us.
Assuming it works on him.
That's true. But I think we should definitely try to convince him not to take them.
right. Well, the Iron Fey did have a point. I am no Archfey.
And we know they were trying to kill the Archfey, like all of them. They were
That's
really
true.
adamant that the Archfey took it.
Well, they don't want him to pick any side in the coming war. It could be possible that he is the guinea pig of attempting to see what this does to an Archfey, if anything.
Or he's just their biggest threat.
I think he's their biggest threat, and this is the
Is he and the
easiest
other
way.
Archfeys? Yeah.
This is the easiest way for them to pull him off the board.
You'd mentioned before that they deal in sort of like natural desecration and corruption. Is that correct? Possibly because he is the Prince of Frost. They believe they may have be less effective against someone whose nature is not so strongly tied to growth in life.
But the death of it.
Maybe.
When were we supposed to see the prince again?
Assuming they'll call for us. He said he
Okay.
just said a few hours, so I don't really know.
Right, but the Iron Elves, they were saying like something about the sun rising.
I didn't catch whatever that was. I don't know.
there was talk of both the possibility of effects after a few hours and after a day had passed. I think that's what the sunrise conversation was about, was the passing of a day. But I believe the prince dictated that it would be a matter of a few hours before he would want to see us again.
Very
Maybe
well.
we could go back into the room and just wait and make sure we don't miss anything.
Quite apt indeed. Well, so we're all in agreement that we try to convince the prince not to take them. And then perhaps when all-out war between the Iron Fey and the Feywild does commence, if it or when, then perhaps he will be an ally, if so, to the winter cold.
Unless, of course, we wind up fighting him anyway to get the harmony.
Right. I think I think Trixie was right though. We win either way here if we're just honest and try to explain to the prince what we believe will happen, and he decides to continue with the medication anyway. Then, as Brock and Trixie have both said, we might just find ourselves with an easier task.
Mm-hmm. With a few hours to spare, I think I want to do some light reading. Just any book I can find. Ryan, she will be 100% looking for any books that talk about how to kill the Prince of Frost.
Do you think
In
the
his
Prince
own
of Frost has a book about killing him?
How to for dummies.
Why would he have it out in the world? Okay.
My greatest
Yeah,
weakness.
there you go. Why would there be one out in the world, period? We'll see. Make an investigation check.
Something. There's
He's
gotta
got
be
a
something.
diary or a journal.
Make an
He
investigation
probably
check.
does, dude. He cries all the time. Investigation.
It's not a diary, it's a journal. Oh my god, the Sisters of Lament were looking at me funny the other day. I couldn't stand it.
What are you doing with my trapper keeper?
I cried. Every diary entry is just I cried at the end.
There's definitely frozen tear, like little tear drops on every page.
He has to keep starting a new one because he just keeps freezing them.
Oh,
maybe he gave up. That's why he's back. Well, they're just sheets of ice. He's just carved by nail words and tears.
Okay, I rolled a 19.
A 19. You go looking around for books about how to slay an Archfey. In his palace.
In his own house.
In his own house. I guess I'll just leave this to the dice, man. See what the dice think. When in doubt, let the dice decide. Oh. You do not go to any shelf and find How to Kill an Archfey 101. Nothing like that, unfortunately. But you do find a number of books where you definitely like all of the dust off of them haven't been touched in a long while. And these are just sort of I don't want to say leisure books, but on the material plane, probably leisure books. They're fairy tales of famous Archfey. Which here would be proper research, into any Archfey, sort of. Maybe like A Midsummer's Night's Dream by William Shakespeare, a number of Shakespearean tales, maybe some bedtime stories about different individuals. Maybe you even find a book about Tam Lin and Tam Lin's journeys. But you find various tales and tomes about fey creatures who went on adventures, and you find a couple of them where the Archfey of the tale was slain. Make me an insight check to see if you can sort of, because there's some tales where they're killed but they come back 2 chapters later, and then there's others where they die properly.
Mm-hmm. Inspiration.
Okay.
Insight. 14 insight.
With a 14, you're looking through the books, you're going through all this lore about and just comparing the ones that actually die and the ones that die but then magically come back to life a couple chapters later. And you would recognize that there is a pattern, to be sure. There's definitely a pattern. And there's a method to the madness, but you're just not able to discern it at this time. Is there anything anyone else would like to do for the next couple hours before your summons?
Should we talk about the prophecy and the item that we've come looking for? Does anybody have any notions?
Was he wearing icy armor? No.
He was wearing like black, like this like black iron, almost like there was a battle dress attached to it, but it was almost like a gladiator's belt, a little bit, but it was like some sort of black metal, black shoulder pauldrons, nothing icy.
Only one of the harmonies is being actively used right now, and it's the harmony of summer.
Right. That's right.
So maybe it's here, maybe he knows where it is, but I don't think he actually has it.
You knew what she meant, Jace.
Yes, I did. That, I did, in fact.
Yeah.
I punched Jace in the face. No, just kidding.
She says, wearing her long fall cloak of autumn awesomeness.
By outsiders, used by outsiders. Outside of us, you know.
Remember your flaw, Jace. Remember your flaw.
Shit. He just like looks at you with a fucking like a stank face, kind of. Kind of mumbles to himself a bit. Kind of turns away.
Shooting daggers at each other now.
He tries to be like low key about it, but you know.
Very high key.
Yeah.
Very high key, low key.
Uh-huh.
Hey, roll me a D100, Trixie.
$13. That's not good. What a horrible number to roll.
Okay. This is a weird one, but you know, I'm gonna send you a Zoom chat thing right now.
Okay.
You guys can keep going. Just everyone can keep going, just so you know. We don't need to wait on this. It's not that important.
Whatever you say.
All right, so shall we let the situation with the Iron Fey play out, and then hopefully use whatever prestige we've earned during that to try to leverage the harmony?
I don't know. I mean,
I still
guess-
don't fully trust the intentions of these Iron Fey here.
I don't trust the intentions of the Iron Fey at all.
Jace will say, well, well, as long as we are honest, he like looks at Trixie and looks back at the party, then we should be able to appeal to the prince, and he will make a decision based on the information that we provide.
I feel like I'm missing half of the conversation. But okay.
You are. It's all thanks to Ryan. Blame him.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. What? Trixie's just gonna start walking around the room.
Okay.
Jace is like eyeing you from like the corner of his eye, like he's like he doesn't want to let you out of his sight.
All right, I'm gonna use the remainder of our time to see if I can't eavesdrop on the Iron Fey. We know where they're staying, right?
You do. All right, Brock is going to go check on things, go see how they go. So what's your plan for eavesdropping, Brock? What's your plan?
That's a really good question.
Got a big climb speed.
I do have a climb speed. Guess I could climb onto the roof.
Okay. You sort of... Okay, I'll tell you what, maybe a stealth check. Make sure all this climbing happens nice and stealthy-like.
I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. 14.
14. You. Definitely stealthy enough to get past the passive perceptions of many. You make your way across the roof. If you want to try and climb, there's like a window over here, or you can try and like be up here and listen.
Yeah, I'll start from up there and try and listen. If I can't hear anything, I'll grab onto a window ledge.
Make me a perception check.
That'll be 18.
18. Rock, the mighty assassin. 18. You listen very closely. You do sort of hear murmurings coming from within the actual window. It's going, those knights of the scorched earth, like the ones that attacked the base way up past the city limits. Oh, shit. Well, what do you think I should do? That's true. No, yeah, he declared that there should be like a armistice of neutrality, as he put it. So there's no hostilities until he decides that there's going to be hostilities. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Make sure they get in there while everything's still working. Yeah, I know we need this to work. I know that. All right, you don't need to tell me about the importance of this. Why you sent me? I'm the closer, man. I do the closing. All right. Okay. All right. Don't worry. I'm gonna take care of everything. You know, I got the big guy with me. It's gonna be fine. Okay. 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 Okay, bye. And then hangs up.
Okay. I'll leave after the third okay. I think I got everything I need to know.
Got it. And you depart. And seemingly none the wiser.
Alright, I'll make it back to the group. I'll fill them in
All
on
right.
what I know. They know who we are now. But it seems for now they're respecting the armistice. So for now, I am as well. But no, things will go sideways any moment.
Yeah, I think we should let them make it go sideways first, if possible.
It's also apparently really important that they get this deal done. So if this deal doesn't go through, I expect them to put up a fight about that as well.
I would love that, honestly.
Yeah.
I would love for them to have a very bad night. Just a really disappointing night.
Well, we might be able to make that happen.
Only we had a way of making them tell the truth, but we don't. Because I feel like they're lying.
As a fun note, Vivian, considering you are a true Fey amongst our friends here, being in their presence was uncomfortable.
Yeah,
just something internal, not like in an emotional sense, but something in like in your gut. Didn't like it.
I don't like them now.
Yeah.
No, that was deeply apparent. What do you think
Taking
they're
a very
lying
long
about,
time.
Trixie?
About their intentions, I don't think they're intending to help him. I think they're intending to do exactly what we think they're doing. I think what they're giving him will work. I would really be wondering what would happen after, a couple months of him using it and then they stop supply. What would happen?
I don't think that they will. I think
It's-
the less he cares, the more his domain will dwindle. The Archfey rule based on their emotions. If he has no emotions, his world will collapse. It is an insidious way to deal with the Archfey.
Unless it's like something where, like, if he takes it for long enough, then he needs it, and then if they stop giving it to him, it does something really bad.
In any event, it's a bad deal. I think keeping him out of the war is important. I just don't think that's... I don't think that's the only thing they want. I just think that's their right now priority. So yeah. I don't like them.
No, they're horrible. They should either go home, stay home, or I'll die.
Yeah.
Damn immigrants.
They're trying to come here and
We need to build a wall.
They took our jobs.
They take your jibs. I
Whatever.
love the
Whatever.
metaphors.
Trixie hates them.
That's
She hated their
fine.
world. She hated them.
Very racist.
Should we just
Yeah, well, they're awful. So
go down to the meeting room and wait? It's been a while. And I don't want them to go and talk to him without us.
Absolutely.
Sounds like a
Yeah,
I
plan.
think we
then.
would have been canceled by now, or
Probably.
okay,
If we were monetized.
we were monetized.
Yeah, Jace and Nithroel, they both say yes at the same time and they kind of look at each other.
Luigi's like, "Can you get the sexual tension over with already? God damn!"
Say Jinx, you owe me a Coke. They both say that. They both say all that.
No, you. No, you. No, you.
But I'm married. All right. Nothing else anyone wants to get done before you are resummoned?
I think we're good.
Summon us.
Yeah.
Do it. Summon
Chase, you don't
us.
want to go ask if you could take a pill? You guys should all go over pop some pills together. You should all see what happens to each of you. I think
What do
it'll
you
be
think I am?
interesting.
17?
Wait, would it do something different to everybody?
Maybe. Who knows?
Who knows? That's the beauty of doing drugs.
Yeah.
Now is not the time for us all to take the drug.
I'm not getting anywhere near them. I'm not taking anything from them.
Yeah, it's probably best if the Dream Queen doesn't start pumping narcotics.
They will not always have the armistice to protect them, those two.
Okay. Sounds like we are ready to proceed back down below. You guys sit around, another short rest if anyone requires it, but you guys, it's getting late, very late, but or at least you start to feel it in your bones. The weather doesn't really change around here all too much, but you feel it. You feel tiredness beginning to come your way. The Eladrin that you had previously battled sort of enters the hall and says, "The Prince of Frost has summoned you all to assembly once more.
Good.
Swoop my hair.
I stay as far away from Jace as I can.
He makes note
Got
of
it. I'm gonna say passive insight wise, everyone is very aware of
Yeah.
maybe not what, but something's going on between Jace and Trixie. All right, you guys all once more assemble down below in the main hall, and Prince of Frost stands with the Sisters of Lament at his side, and the Eladrin sort of return to their posts up near the side. And you see all of the assembly of the Iron Fey return as well. And they sort of walks in. Mr. Prince of Frost, it's good to see you again so late in the evening. How are you doing this fine evening? Prince of Frost says, silence. He goes, very well. Right to business. I can respect that. Prince of Frost says, you who partook in these chemistries, step forth.
And I step forth.
Describe your experience.
I would be happy to, Your Majesty. It seems that there is an effect. In fact, I would deign to say that it is essentially the effect that they described. I personally, we've not met, you don't know me, but I have a history, a very tragic history that haunts me daily, that drives me to live the life that I live and to be the man that I am. I am a man who exists and feasts very much on my internal emotions. And to be perfectly honest with you, at this time they are intensely muted. I'm not able to access them, to interact with my emotions the way that I normally am accustomed.
You say you have despair in your own past. These do not bother you any longer.
It's still bothersome to me on an intellectual level. They're not gone from me. I simply don't feel as intensely about them. It's an absence of caring. I don't know that I would necessarily say that it feels better. It feels less than.
You do not feel ruin within your heart. You do not feel anger and malice and cruelty to those who inflicted this upon you.
I still believe in the anger and the cruelty and the malice. It's as if I was watching a play in which I was barely interested. I understand the script, the plot, and I can still understand all of these same things. I just don't feel them.
He looks over at the Iron Fey, the one sort of, as promised. Says,
So imagine a stranger walking into your home, sitting on your throne, knowing that you wouldn't like it, but not caring that they're doing it.
The other person says, but indeed, as the guinea pig, as we're calling him, said himself, maybe wouldn't feel so horrifically about it, but logically within their mind would know that something must be done about it. You're not taken from reason, but taken from intense and cruel emotion. Your Majesty said it himself.
But keep people fight, protect, all of those things because they do care. If you don't care, if you're feeling tired that day, why would you?
Also, Your Majesty, something occurred to me while we were deliberating about the effects of this medication. Um, as the good doctor was anxious to point out, I'm not an Archfey. Although I have human emotions that do inspire my actions and my plans for the future, I'm not composed, primarily of such emotions. I'm not naturally Fey.
Looks at the sort of doctor who's sort of squeamish under the sight of the deathly sight of the Prince of Frost and says, "Can the dose be adjusted then? For one as powerful as I?" Just, yes, your Archvenus. I admit I was not certain what the effects were for our friend here, but I imagine whatever effects would be brought to bear for you, as these were they were tailored to your benefit. I imagine that the effects would even be more favorable when presented to you, good Majesty, Lord.
And yet I think the doctor misses the point. Archfey are nothing if not emotional creatures, so you feel no highs, you feel no lows. What effect does that have, my lord, on your domain? What effect does that have on your ability to wield power? I think these are valid questions.
Sort of like looks at you with a grimace. Says, "Do you think me one who connives for power? One who cares for the frost wheels of my domain? I am."
No. But I don't think you would see yourself weakened for no reason either.
You call weak, then? That this potion would be enough to quell my power?
It is your domain.
I think, Your Majesty, the point that we're trying to make is that I was a friend was kind enough to let me revisit in my mind through past experience the family that I had lost. Something that's very, very the most precious thing in the world to me. And I was unable to even feel joy about that reunion. This is more than just the dampening of some sorrows. This is the dampening of your entire emotional state.
You see the speaking of this. I'll tell you what, Tamlin and Vivian, make me insight checks at this point as you make your arguments against the taking of this to sort of maybe understand where the prince is at right now.
Dirty 20.
20, very nice.
Not me, I got a 5.
But tough to say, Tamlin, tough to say. But Vivian, you see that every time you bring, whether it's framed in the idea of like your power comes from emotion, and to lack of emotion is to lack in power. As you look into the deathly eyes of this creature, the sort of black bags of darkness around his eyes, the pupilless malice within his eyes, you get the sense that the experience of this creature has not been one that wantons for power. This has been an entity that for who knows how long has suffered in the grips of heartbreak, of utter betrayal. And every time someone expresses lessened emotion, feel less, burdened by that no longer, whether it is in the frame of, it could be a detriment, it only seems to persuade him further. And you see that the guy on the other side of the field, he seems to be aware of this and hasn't said a word because he knows that he's got him. Or thinks that he's got him anyway.
It's his realm.
Yeah.
The Summer Queen will be thrilled.
Say that out loud.
No, she does not.
Okay. The Prince of Frost looks and says, "Very well. I will try this concoction of yours, indeed, and see if it gives me what I have sought. If this malice and hate and pain could be ended with a simple swallow pill, I would be a fool not to try it at least. But if there is harm, if I am undone, you will all be undone. Because, as you say, Your Majesty, we offer this in kindness. You may try a pill, and we'll call that a test. And if that works for you, we'll give you the rest, a steady supply of the rest, and you know what we ask for." And he goes, "Stop quibbling and give me one." Small pill put into the palm of his hand. In fact, I think for him too, probably. He is a much more potent being. He takes it. I will say, as they like put it, they drop it into his hand. They don't touch him. And he accepts the two, and he just it may take a moment for it to begin to, and he and he drops to a knee, hand on the floor. You feel vibrating within the walls. You feel very fast the temperature rising. And he sort of grips at his chest until it sort of just becomes like a passionate pain. The sisters of lament at the back sort of suddenly seem uncertain, like they're prepared to strike. And the Iron Fey look as surprised as anyone at what's happening here, at least visually. And then the ice is beginning to melt on the walls, begins to crack from the seeming like colossal earthquake-like things. You see the hair of the Archfey going from this like sleek, icy white that sort of shimmers in the light into like a gray, like an old gray. And in this moment, everything begins to settle, and there's silence in the air. You feel the temperature mellows. It becomes like a nice neutral. The ice begins to melt very quickly. You see the color, as he's sort of hunched over, you can't see everything, but you see his back, his arms starting to become that pinkish color. Not a great Eladrin color, but like a normal mortal pinkish color. And he looks up. And though there is a sort of a lingering deathliness to his eyes, there's still a paleness, there's still maybe like a hungry red to his eyes, still a vampiric nature to him. The blue skin is gone, the elevated, accentuated ears have sort of dipped and shrunk. His entire form changes to a very sort of elf, like maybe a vampiric elf, but an elf. The Sisters of Lament remain sort of frosty and frigid, and it seems that around them emotion seems to keep the ice strong, that their lament remains. But the Prince of Frost, you see, still strong, still mighty, still wearing the blackened armor, but not nearly as just cool visually. And begins to rise to his feet. And just kind of like looks around, a little pupils returning to the eyes, the black gone, the sort of you hear the doctor maybe whisper, goes, I had no idea that was going to, I didn't think it was going to work that fast. I thought there'd be a natural progression like with it. And everyone goes, shh, shh, shh. And the Prince of Frost just stands and kind of and the Iron Fey talker will say, Your Majesty, How do you feel? You sort of don't really feel much of anything. As he said, how curious. It's like I can hear again. Sort of. How long have I just been under that blanket of rage? Now I just can't. It's so far away. Huh. Yes, please all, feel free, run of the palace, Anestus, all of that. I'm just going to walk around for a bit. Yeah.
Please, Your Majesty, take your time. However, when you feel ready, we still have the original matter for which we came to visit.
Oh, yes. How impolite of me. Yes, perhaps we will speak of that sometime later. I'm just going to saunter around for a mite. Due time.
Certainly.
Right. And he just kind of like a ghost, just starts kind of walking out of the hole. Just very, very, like, not with intention, just very sort of nonchalantly, a little zombie-like.
What does it seem like the sisters are making of this?
They're like, they're in utter shock. They don't know what just happened at all. They're completely beyond reaction. They're like in a state of shock. Like they probably never, or at least it's been a very, even then, they've never seen someone so mute of emotion before, you know? Or at least this individual so mute of emotion before. They're in a state of utter disbelief. And they kind of like begin to sort of like look at the Iron Fey with a look of malice. Goes, well, I think me and my compatriots will be returning to our kindly appointed stay here within the palace. Your ladyships, thank you so much for your time. Hopefully the prince enjoys the gifts we've brought. Bows, and he's sort of like, very, very, maybe we should best leave. And they do. They hurry out. The sort of guards sort of following behind very neutrally, leaving you in the hall.
Jace will approach one of the, do you call them disciples?
Sisters of Lament.
Oh, okay. We'll approach the Sisters of Lament and we'll say, dear sisters, I mean to ask, what are your thoughts on the current proceedings?
They look at each other. They look back at you. They say, who are you people? Why have you come?
We have come to discuss with your liege.
Discuss what?
You're trying to protect the Fey realm from those people.
Jace has like
They
one of
seem-
those fucking like those crazy over dramatic like
There's a camera punch in and everything.
yeah,
Like, the show's
like one of those little fucking anime little like ding, 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 like the little
yeah,
fucking,
incredible.
like purple mist and shit like
Yeah. full anime anger.
Yeah.
Love that. Love that.
Eyebrows quivering.
Yeah. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, exactly. Um,
He doesn't say
what
anything though. He
what
just
did
lets
you
you
say,
finish.
Trixie?
Oh god. We're trying to protect all of the Fey realm from the Iron Fey.
They seem like the most deceptive, deplorable creatures.
They're horrible. I hate them. I hate them.
Why? Speak of your hate, so that we might bind us to it.
They poison all that's around them. Not in a good way.
And they're spreading.
Like a disease. They come with medicines to cure the mind, and yet spread diseases in other realms. But they did admittedly come and speak in truth.
Half-truths.
Yes, their truths seem to hide a deeper menace, a plot. Perhaps the Prince of Frost was their test. Perhaps he's the guinea pig all along. That he was meant to take these to see if these could placate Archfey. Now they mean to spread them amongst the whole Fey realm. It's deplorable. But our hands have been held at bay by the Prince of Frost's decree of armistice. We can make no move against them so long as he is convinced. I fear without his malice, without his pain in his heart, without the cruelties that have been reaped upon him, affecting him so, he may not be the cruel, malicious being you loved him to be before.
He would be more logical now, though.
And what has logic ever done to solve anything? What hero has ever been celebrated for their logic alone? I ask you this.
Although you have agreed not to engage against the Iron Fey, there's no reason that you couldn't help us help you.
What do you propose?
We're looking for an item.
An item?
Oh, yes.
Something that will help us destroy them.
You come for Bitter's Edge? The sword of the Prince of Frost? A powerful weapon indeed, but to slay all of them.
It's not a weapon.
That we know of.
They sort of look, their eyes sort of go wide as they realize what it is you're referring to, and they kind of, you say, you seek the armor, the plates of glacial power. We know not their true name, but you seek this thing.
We do. Is there anything you can tell us about it?
They look at each other. It feels not to be here any longer. Our Lord tried to wield another weapon of such power, and it almost destroyed him. Him! Could you imagine? The Prince of Frost, his very being fallen upon itself for simply the wielding of an item? Of two? The other one was a hellish thing. He believed himself capable of wielding it, being heritage from the Summer Court, but it was too much power to wield even for him, and thus discarded it. The armor permeated back into the essence of this place. But though it has felt so close yet so far at times, it feels neither now. It feels as if it doesn't exist. Much like the cruelty in his heart is gone altogether.
Did it just begin to feel that way just now?
It feels... Have you not felt it? This realm has been a place of cruel ire and cold, devastating loss. Do you feel these things any longer? You are Fey, are you not?
It does feel a bit warm and cozy now.
We tried to warn you.
He's the Prince of Thaw now.
One of the Elijah go, ha.
Jace does the same.
Oh my god, there's laughing now.
And now there's
They look over and they
laughing.
go, something is truly amiss.
There's giggling in the hall.
They say, you, knight, who imbibed the substance first, tell us, this thing that you have had, is it a cruel thing? Would you wish it upon yourself or your enemies or even your allies?
My own experience?
Yes. You have explained your
Oh, no.
experience, but not your opinion.
Yes. No, I would oh, my experience with the medication. I'm sorry. I would not no. As a matter of fact, I'm quite confused. Well, not really. I have a hard time completely sympathizing with the Prince of Frost. I do understand the desire to be free of eons and eons of seemingly limitless pain. However, I cannot believe or accept that there's no part of him that will not miss that feeling. Uh, Pain is one of the indicators we have for ourselves that we're alive, that we exist, that we matter. Um, I would be surprised, uh, perhaps not in this state now, because he may not be able to feel it as intensely. But I would be surprised if there's not some part of him buried underneath the medication uh, that will not at some point miss that thing, that pain that he's lived with for so long.
Misfeeling anything. There can be pleasure
For
in
one,
cruelty, you know?
right. I, for one, cannot wait to be free of the effects of this medication so that I can go back to feeling like myself. I feel like a stranger in my own mind right now.
And this is a poison. They come extending gifts, not explaining the full measure, the breadth of what it will do. This is a cruelty that would be answered. But there can be no answer unless the Prince of Frost is placated to return to his senses, to that which makes him glorious, that which makes him beautiful. We must try and speak with him. But perhaps it might be on you all as well, mortals, to speak to him as well. Your opinions may matter more. For we are what he is leaving behind, possibly. You all are unknowns. Perhaps you might learn something of the plans of these Iron Fey, what their plans are for this place, why they do this. If there's a deeper machination beneath their gifts. And perhaps you might speak to the Prince of Frost when you have come to him with this, and also help him understand why he should not. I mean, they look at each other. And there's a, we're just going to go on. She's like, because pain is, and lamenting and cruelty is, and you can see these two beings like, who similarly have been by the Prince of Frost's side and have experienced his laments alongside him. Maybe, for all of their cruelty and all of their readiness to be angry, don't necessarily maybe know why it's a good thing to be cruel, to be angry, to have that emotion, and they know, but they don't know how to articulate it, And they're like, yes, perhaps this is at best a task left to you. We will speak to our master, but you all must be the point of persuasion. Yes, indeed.
I think that's a good idea. You speak to him, but also just if the Iron Fey try to speak to him again, just maybe make sure that we're both in the room, like our party and their party, so that they don't try to do something.
Indeed. We will send a warning if further negotiations are in play, but we will keep an eye on our master in the meantime.
Mithrael,
Yes.
the Prince of Frost was able to see me today and hear my account of my experience, and was driven to try to, mute his own emotion. However, after the effects of this medication wear off, do you think you might be able to put me through this same experience, and let me feel it fully, in a demonstration for the prince?
Um, yes. I will. Keep in mind, just as before, you will be the only person that can see the things of which you will see.
I understand. I'm more hoping that the power of the emotion that it causes in me is somewhat compelling to him.
Nithroel, you went over there. You were part of that team, yes?
Yes. For the Iron Fey you speak?
So you're good with illusions. You could build an illusion and show them what they want to do to the Feywild. You said they were expansionist, right? They want to, we know what they want to do. Can you show
Indeed.
them?
Yes, I could make a quite vivid reimagination, so to speak, of the things that I saw.
It is
The
one
things
thing.
that Brock and Trixie and
Lana, above the table. That's who was over there.
Lana. But yes.
That might be very compelling as well, then.
I'll
I
keep
could
it in my back pocket.
I could also try like greater restoration on Tamlin to see if it works or not.
Sure.
I have it prepared. I could try it. Tamlin won't give a shit if I try it or not, so he doesn't care.
I'm fine with it.
All right,
Whatever, man.
whatever. I will try a greater restoration on Tamlin to see if it has any effect.
Let's take a look at what Great Restoration could do. I have hope. Mark off the diamonds.
Yeah,
Charm, petrified, curses, reduction to one of the ability scores. 20 maximum. I'll tell you.
There was
I'll tell you what
an
is.
ability score reduction.
There was an ability score reduction. I'll tell you what, Trixie. Make me a medicine or arcana check. It's your choice to figure out what might be the best
like
method of
Arcana.
healing here.
Can I help her?
Sure.
Medicine or what?
Arcana.
Medicine or arcana.
So 17 medicine because I rolled horribly.
Oh no.
Do medicine.
17 will do the job.
Got a
So
13.
what? A lot of spells indicate like poison, and really, when it comes down to it, poison is just like sort of a foreign concoction affecting the body, whether it's beneficial or not. Greater restoration doesn't actually affect poisons or anything sort of chemical in the body, but lesser restoration does. And
Which
more than that, you know that paladins have the ability to immediately cure such abilities with their lay on hands ability.
Okay,
Right.
then
So you're
I
saying he should touch himself?
I guess the
Okay.
best way is to touch yourself.
but
Always.
As always.
this is all in my
Yeah.
head. So I'll just cast lesser restoration as opposed to telling him to touch himself.
All right.
That's
So-
fair.
Why touch yourself when I can? And then
Yeah.
Trixie touches him. And Trixie casts a lesser restoration, and actually the effects are quite interesting, Tamlin. First off, your ability score reduction is gone. And
Okay.
as a point of fact, you will gain a +2 bonus to charisma for a little while.
Oh, it's a swinging of
But-
emotions.
But
Mhm.
with that, I need you to roll me a D100.
Sure.
Side effect.
55.
Hmm. Okay. Uh, okay. Yeah, we'll run with this, sure. We can make it work. For the next that's a little intense. Maybe it's a little shorter. Okay. For the next it's only been on you only had this yeah, you've had this going on for a couple hours now. For the next 4 hours, you believe your emotions are like and heightened in
Yeah.
not like an all around way, but like you feel very you're gonna go through bouts of like extreme depression and extreme like obsession, like positive obsession. You're gonna go through bouts of this for the next 4 hours, and you believe that you're for whatever reason you believe like you're the luckiest person in the world.
Okay.
So these three things are a part of Tamlin's character for the next 4 hours.
Oh
He's
boy.
manic now.
Yep.
All right. So, shall we get down to business with the armor? How do we go about getting that back?
I don't think we can at the moment. It's almost like it's hidden because his emotions are dulled.
They can't
well,
feel it because he can't feel anything.
Everything is possible. Let's get him his emotions back.
We could, but maybe they did want us to like spy and figure out, or at least figure out what the hell the Iron Elves want. So do we like sneak and just listen? Do we go talk to them? Do we intimidate them? Do
Can
we
we
cast spells
scry
on them? What's
Ooh,
Oh.
let's intimidate him.
Do I have scry prepared? Does anybody else have scry prepared?
Let me check.
I do have it prepared. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll just have a seat.
Well, I'll tell you what. Before as we're moving on to the next stage of this little diplomacy, and it's about that time. I want to give everybody a little break, and during that break, you can think of some tactics to this next portion of what's going on, and we'll be back soon.
Nice.
Oh.
Okay, we're back at it. So we return to the Vale of Long Night, which perhaps requires a new naming. As you stand here, you don't feel sort of impending cruelty to follow. You don't feel a sense of adventure or danger afoot. You don't feel its frigid master and his essence. You don't feel the wind. You don't feel much of anything here. It's just a place in time that is quickly melting. Weather isn't even particularly nice. It's just, very moderate temperature. Not comfortable, but not uncomfortable. Nothing seems to be of note. And what would you like to do?
Try scrying on the talkie person.
All right. Let's see. What's your DC?
22.
Yeah, fail. You peer through whatever pane of glass or level of water, whatever font you use to peer through. You see the talker you're going for.
Yeah.
Yeah. You see them, and they're, sort of walk into the cabin, I guess we'll call it, that they're staying in. And goes, what I tell you was, there's no big problem. She was going to take the medication, and everything was going to sort of cool out for them. This is great. Everything's going great. I'm going to get a huge bonus for this. The scientist says, oh, are you sure? Are you sure? I mean, I've done my part, and it seems that you've done your part, but are you sure that he's going to want to continue to take the medications? Like, of course he is, He's been having all these heartaches and all this suffering and all this nonsense. The relief he must be feeling right now. He's going to be eating this up out of our hands until the day he loses his immortality. I don't know when that will be, but it's possible. Anyway, point is, we got him. We got him dead to rights. I have no doubt about it. Okay? Here's the thing. This is what you got to know about sales, all right? It's all about supply and demand. We have a supply of medication, and the demand is that his heart is frigid and cold from eons of feeling the cruelty of his heartbreak from his true love. Supply and demand, baby, and we got the supply. All we need to do is wait for him to sign the bill, so to speak. It's okay. That's what you say. I'm worried about these other folks around here. You're sure they're not gonna hurt us? They're not gonna hurt us. They're not gonna go against the protections that the prince has put upon us. And we haven't done anything disreputable. We haven't done anything dishonorable. We came here with a product, proposed that product, and now we're gonna have a consumer. There's nothing more to say, and there's no reason for hostilities. I don't know why they would do something to us. We haven't done anything to them. I mean, they wouldn't judge us based on our heritage, based on our culture, or the color of our skin, would they? Oh no. And then the scry closes.
I explain what I saw.
God damn. I was having some trouble there. I want to say Jace is like has his hands on his hips and he's like, oh yeah, that's what happened. But in real honesty, he probably just says, so it would seem that they came with positive intentions, eh?
I mean, I only saw a small snippet of the conversation.
Oh, did you?
That's not what I got. I'm so sorry. I know there's some sort of weird tension between the two of you, and I would love to indulge that, but this is really important, I think. So,
What weird tension?
Yes, what are you talking about?
I'm certain
no
you have
tension.
no idea.
None
Nonetheless,
at all.
back to the subject. They were talking to, like, Brock overheard them speaking. They were talking to someone else. They did not come here with good intentions. Everything about the way you conveyed that suggested that one was trying to calm the other or settle the other.
Yeah, I think if we're gonna get information, we should go after that scientist guy. He seems very
The doctor.
anxious.
The doctor, as she calls herself. That bitch. She says under her breath.
I mean, we can pay him a visit. That's not violating the armistice.
No,
No.
we could just go talk.
We are
Yeah.
merely diplomatic attendees, so to speak. So there is nothing against one diplomatic entity talking to another. Indeed.
Yeah, whatever.
But you care now, remember?
Yeah, you care now. You're off the meds, boy. You're raw dog in this world.
I'm doing my
He's doing his down.
extreme down.
I gotcha.
Gotta fluctuate.
Not obsessed with anything at all, even life.
Yeah. Oh no, like these downs are like
Forgot what his down was.
crying.
That actually,
Oh,
Yeah, there
we
you go.
could actually
Yeah, I
go
can
talk to
cry.
them now and not
There you
tell
go.
them that we cured Tamlin.
Tamlin's either going to Disneyland for the first time or his dog just died in front of him in a car accident. That's how we're
Disneyland.
at Disneyland.
Yeah, if they see Tamlin's emotions going all crazy, they might think that the prince is gonna come down off his meds real quick too. And then that might make them scared. We don't have to say anything. We can just let them discover it while we talk to them.
that is a great idea, Trixie. Why don't we go speak to them now? And then Jace is like looking at both of you like, oh, it's okay. So they're working together. Oh, I see. Okay. He's like just muttering it to himself.
And with
they
my
would be.
perception, I hear it.
Of course they would be. Full casters. That's what they have in common. Nothing else. It's got to be the full caster.
There's the crux of this whole thing. I'm blowing it wide open.
Doesn't matter if it's fucking arithmetic or if it's fucking nature shit. Like, this is bigger than me. This is bigger than anyone.
From across the hall. Chase, I can hear you. Shut up.
It's like,
Okay, let's
No, you
go.
can't.
We're just gonna be like brawl fighting by the end of the day.
you son of a bitch! I know
I'm
you
gonna polymorph you, then wild shape myself, and we'll just like.
Two fucking Wolverines.
Oh my god.
Okay, we go.
Okay, where are you going? You're going to go talk to them?
Yeah.
No, okay. Incredible. Okay, so until further notice, the Prince of Frost will be demonstrated by this very normal-looking elf. Yeah, that's the Prince of Frost now.
Oh, nice.
Very average. Okay, you guys head upstairs. You walk by. You see the everlasting one like on a knee before the Prince of Frost. They're speaking in giant. Trixie, if you have you know the language, right? Yeah. So I just didn't know if it was a spell. You hear him basically saying, I hope my master is not displeased. He proved himself honorable. And he goes, oh, no, it's fine. I understand. Um, Actually, if you wouldn't mind, could you guys like clean up the place a little bit? Like there's like a lot of rubble laying around. I was wondering, could you guys just like, I don't know, even if it goes off the cliffside, just like clean up a little bit? He goes, master? He goes, yeah? Um, okay. Well, I'll put, sure. And he looks at the ogres, he goes, start cleaning up the debris a bit. And they're like, huh? Gas, push it off the mountain to the side. You go, okay. And they start like picking up like bricks and shattered ice and stones, and they start throwing them off the mountainside, start cleaning up. And Prince of Frost just kind of looks off into the horizon a little bit. At this point, you see the musky cloud cover sort of parting, and you see the night sky, but not like the dazzling, beautiful night sky that like all of you would know traveling the Fey realm. Like a very like almost like the night sky on like a moderately cloudy day, where like it's still nighttime, it's still dark, and it's not overbearingly cloudy, but you can't see the stars at all. It's just like a very bleh kind of night. The cold's really calmed down at this point. Yeah. Anyway, you walk by. You all make your way over to where they are. Who's gonna go talk to them? Is that the whole crew?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll go in there. Yeah.
Hell yeah, brothers.
They know who we are.
You get to the door. There's a guard outside. Halt. State your business.
We just want to talk.
And he sort of like goes, just wait up on the balustrade. They'll be with you momentarily.
Thank you.
So you all gather up here. You wait for a minute. And eventually, indeed, the sort of fast talker individual will come outside along with the guy who is like got a lot of like technology strapped to him, who seems to be like, I don't know, the head guard, just sort of at his back. And she goes, "Hey, how y'all doing this evening? I was just about to go turn in for some rest. Is there anything I could do? Anything I can help you all out with?"
Go to rest this early?
I mean, in fairness, it is pretty late.
She says it anyways.
She says it anyways. Fair enough. Goes, yeah, well, you got to get your beauty sleep, you know. It's been a long day, you know. Not every day that you meet with royalty. It's quite an experience. But yeah, I was thinking of turning in.
I don't
I wish I
really
could
sleep, and I always look like this, so I don't know what you mean.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that you're not getting enough sleep. You know, I mean, I know you guys seem to have your opinions about the whole thing, but I'm telling you, our guys, we got some really good medications and stuff. If you're having trouble sleeping, we got some stuff knock you right out. Wake up the next morning feeling refreshed. Keeps you asleep too. That's the key. You'll have night terrors and such. Takes care of it. I'm telling you. But I bet that's not why you're here.
I'm not sure if I could sleep right now. I watched my wife and child die again today.
You what? You watched your wife and child die today? You have my deepest condolences. Did that happen here somewhere?
It was absolutely heartbreaking.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, buddy. If you I mean, it is a little late. I mean, maybe your dose should be going on for another couple hours at least. I don't know what's going on with you. Were you messing with with the chemistry or anything like that? Did you use any sort of you Fey, you like your magics? Were you using any kind of strange magics on yourself?
No, nothing. Just the terror of heartbreak and loss.
He's gonna make maybe a deception check. Make an insight check.
Man, shit. Natural 1 for a 13.
Oh fuck. Goes, are you sure? I mean, I know how these medications work, and there is a certain dosage. I mean, it's not necessarily the ones that we brought are meant for mortals, but I mean, I could go get the doc for you, but it should be like for you, a mortal should be a little extra stronger. It should be lasting at least for another couple hours. You sure you didn't mess with it with any sort of residual strange magics? I'm positive it should be working.
You know what? Maybe we should talk to the doctor. Could we talk to the doctor?
Okay, sure. Jared goes, just sort of like leans in, goes, "Hey Doc, can you hear me?" There's like a quiet. "Hey Doc." Goes, yeah. Goes, why don't you come on out here for a second? Everything's all right. Just come on out. You have to be cautious of my colleague. He's a little jumpy. He's not used to doing field work and all that. And then he comes out looking a little cautious, a little nervous. He goes, okay, this is Jeremy. Everybody say hello to Dr. Jeremy. This is my compatriot here. Oh no, sorry, this is I already named this person. That's Dr. Jason. My name's Jeremy. I got a little confused. But I'm Jeremy. This is Dr. Jason. Dr. Jason, our friend here who tested the medications is seemingly to be experiencing some form of mania right now. Or some sort of depressive episode. And he goes, oh, that's really strange. The medication should be lasting for another couple of. He goes, that's what I said. But and then they assure me that they haven't been messing with any sort of magics or such. I'm inclined to agree. He goes, oh well, I'm more than happy to. We do have a little backup supply just in case if you wanted an extra dose of the medication to help tide you over. Coming out of the medication, re-experiencing emotion could be very extreme when going from mute to back to the full weight of emotion. It can be a very extreme process.
So are you saying that the prince that you just gave this medication to could come out of it soon?
Soon? If you come out with it in a couple of hours, the medication is supposed to last for about 24 hours. The effect should dim within 12.
Supposed to?
Yeah, that's typically how it was designed to work, and we've done many tests, and that's how it should work. Yeah.
But if it doesn't, and the prince comes out of it early, his emotions will be bad?
Well, it's not recommended. You see, this is a very you have to be very careful when messing with the mind, and the chemistry of the mind the mind is a very delicate organ, and if you don't treat it well, you could really hurt yourself. So these things were designed for a very long time, and the medication it should work if it's treated responsibly. And as long as nothing happens to the prince, then he should be doing all right.
What I'm hearing, guys, is we just have to sit back and watch, and in a couple of hours, the prince's emotions are just gonna go a little fuck crazy, and it probably won't be good for them.
Probably. That sounds about right. If anything, even remotely close to what's happened to our friend here happens to the prince.
And imagine an Archfey's emotions. This is just Tamlin.
This whole place is going to freeze over again.
Yeah.
The doctor looks very sort of nervous. It's like, Mr. Jeremy, that's
Could you imagine what happens when Zybilna gets angry in her realm? What's going to happen when this guy gets like freaking crazy?
Doctor looks very nervous. Jeremy goes, now, Dr. Johnson, don't let these outlanders sort of worry you. It's all been accounted for, all appreciated for. You know, all will be well. Promise. This is my part of the job. You've done your job very well, Dr. Jason. You don't need to worry none. The rest of it, leave it in my hands. I will take care of everything. So,
Dr.
okay.
Jason, would you I don't feel comfortable taking another dose right now. Could you just stay with me for a while? If you could just stay with me and kind of look after me for a bit.
That's actually
Oh,
a good idea.
I
You just said it was
the gentleman
dangerous.
the gentleman in the back says, who has not spoken, the sort of head guard, says, what does he say? He sort of like looks at Dr. Jason and says, "This is an unsafe security measure. I cannot assure your safety if you go with the Outlanders." And he goes, "Oh, yes, sir. I'm very sorry, but I have to trust my safety advisor here. But you're more than welcome to come visit if you need. Mr. Tamlin, was it? You're more than welcome to come visit if you need another dose."
Are you sure it would be really comforting for me? And we've already agreed, that we would respect the prince's wishes and there wouldn't be, any danger involved. I feel like we're all very safe here. It would just mean a lot to me right now. I really, really feel like I need you to be near me. And I feel like, that's possibly the medication talking, but I can't tell you what it would mean to me.
So, oh, well, I'll make a persuasion check.
$14. Damn it.
14. He goes,
Yeah.
"Oh, well, I feel like I mean, I did swear an oath as a doctor. I should probably keep." The security man, like puts like a big hand on his shoulder and says, "You are an MVP to this negotiation. You will remain close." And he goes, "Oh, but he's technically he's my patient. I should." And he goes, "Your safety is of the utmost importance. I will not report back failure because of your blunderings." He goes, "Oh, well, I see you, sir. Very well." He sort of like looks over, goes, "Mr. Tamlin, I'm very sorry. I better do what my safety advisor says, but I'd be more than happy." And he starts going through his pill bottles, and he takes out another one of the little brown pills, and he will sort of offer it to you. And he'll say, but by all means, feel free to have another one. And if you feel a little overwhelmed, you feel free to take it. You might find you're also experiencing. I don't know your background. I would have to do an inspection to properly ethically grade you for the medication. But if it feels like it's making it better, then who am I to deny it? But really, you should submit to a medical evaluation to see if this is the correct medicine for you, or if it's doing harm.
I think a medical evaluation sounds like a fantastic idea, and I'll take the pill from you. Like I said, I just don't feel comfortable taking it right now. But maybe if you can't come with me, perhaps I could stay with you.
I think that would be. How is that? Was that quite all right? I could perform a little medical. There's plenty to be learned, perhaps, from these fey creatures. He's gonna make a check. On the security guy. Security guy sighs and says, "Very well, but him and only him if he is to come." So the doctor says, "Excellent. Yes, right this way, Mr. Tamlin. I'll be very happy to do a medical inspection of perhaps see if there's a medication that's best suited for your particular needs."
Yes, that's fine. Is that okay with everybody?
If you're okay with it,
Yeah.
I suppose we are too.
Okay. Yeah, actually, I would. This will be great. I feel a little better already.
All right. You make your way past them. As you sort of like get to the door, the guard sort of puts his hand up and he says, "We will be taking all weapons and weaponry from you if you mean to pass this threshold. I have a job to do and you will not get in the way of it."
Oh, certainly. Sure. And he starts. He really only carries his shield and his sword, so he hands both of those over.
Yep, he'll take those and hand them to one of the guards who will like put it in a chest. And they welcome you in.
All right. I don't have a particular plan. I just felt the need to be near the doctor.
All right, that's okay. That's all right.
Hey man,
They do.
yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let him witness your devolving
Yeah.
mental state.
Yeah, and you go in, and Buddy's gonna do like a little questionnaire, and he's gonna be like, "Have you ever climbed in trees without thinking of a way of how to get down? Have you ever rode a bike and lost your train of thought while you're, just start asking you like 100 questions off of like a list he has. We'll just start going through a humongous questionnaire, and that'll take a while. Let's see. He gets to perform a psychological test on you to see if you have any mental instabilities.
Sure.
Okay, what is the rest of you guys doing as Tamlin disappears?
I wouldn't mind trying to find the prince again. See if he's
Okay.
around.
Yeah. You'll have to. I'm not gonna. I'm
You
gonna start
guys-
moving around all the minis, but
You
Go ahead.
guys find the prince, and I think I'm gonna stay back. I'm gonna hang around this, the little ramshackle building that Tamlin and the Iron Fey are in. I'm gonna stay close.
fair enough.
Just in case anything
Just in-
anything pops off.
I'm
Yeah,
going
just in
to stay
case.
with Brock for the exact same reason.
Okay. So we're
So,
letting
Trixie and Jace and Nithroya
Yeah.
are gonna go
Or
try
heavy
to accomplish
hitters.
some. Yeah, the heavy
It's all
hitters are gonna go try to
been
accomplish
nerfed.
some.
You guys got him.
Nithroel's like in the middle.
Yeah.
Oh,
And they're like staring daggers at each other. Are you with us, Jace? Slash Nithroya?
he was crawling around on his floor at one point, and then he turned his camera off, so I don't know what he was doing.
Oh,
It's
episode- it's episode
I
two.
just saw him like crawling and like behind his chair. I didn't know what he was doing, and then the camera went off.
He lost the contact. What?
Changing
Something
it
like
for us.
that. Okay, then we'll come back here since 2 out of 3 characters are played by Brandon. Is there anything that Brock or Vivian would like to do as you sort of hang around outside while Tamlin's getting a little thing done? You know,
I mean, we don't have to be like right outside the door.
Yeah, no.
yeah. Nick is just kind of hanging around waiting. Oh, no signs of distress.
I
Cool.
can't. I can't actually think of anything else I would want to get into the middle of in case we were needed.
If that's the case, then I'm just gonna say, maybe Trixie and Jace are at each other's throats a little bit, and Nithroya's like, Trixie, if you'd be so kind, I'm going to just have a quick word with Jace, and yeah, and she sort of like takes Jace by the ear and is like, you need to stop fucking Trixie. And so Trixie, you'll get to take on this counter alone until such a time as we have our other 2 player.
That's gonna be friggin' mayhem, guys. Why did you
You-
leave me alone?
You got this.
You got this, Trixie. You're the queen of persuasion.
Well, for someone who doesn't care, I might be the queen of persuasion.
I guess so. You see, you kind of enter into where you find him at the sort of planning room where it's like this map of the Sword Coast and all these plots and ploys and whatever. The Sisters of Lament are there, and they're like, Great Prince of Frost, what do you mean you wish to abolish your plans of apocalypse? How far we've come, how many players we have in motion, how many pawns we have on the board? And the Prince of Frost goes, well, I mean, if you think about it, the whole point was for everyone to know how horrible I felt. But now that I don't feel horrible anymore, it doesn't really make sense to have an apocalypse over, does it? They kind of go, but my lord, the world should know over the laments that has been brought to your soul, the pain of the passion you spoke of anger, cruelty, these things in your hearts. He goes, yeah, I'm just not feeling them. I go, At this point, Trixie, you come into like you appear into the room, and the two sisters of lament like look at you with like frustration. They're like, you deal with him. He won't listen to reason. We'll be back. Nick disappear down the stairs in their anger and anguish at the Prince of Frost, who's honestly maybe like at the fireplace, like actually trying to like light a fire, but like not magically, just like putting a log in. He's like, trying to like get everything. And he goes, "Oh, hi, it's you. Come on in. Yeah, sorry to all the distraction with your group. You came at kind of a strange time."
It seems we really did. How is life without emotion?
It's light. In some ways it's easier. In other ways it's a little confusing, Like I don't know. I was so like hell-bent on like making everybody know how upset I was and not being ignored. And I don't know, it just doesn't seem as important. So I'm not really sure what to do with myself, I guess, but
Almost
I
feels
don't
like
know.
you should just sit down, do nothing with the rest of your life.
I don't know if I'd go so far as to say that. Like maybe there's something to be done, but I just don't know if I want the same things anymore,
I'm gonna go over to his table and kind of like move stuff around a bit as we're talking. Stuff that I
Like,
assume would piss him off if he had feelings.
okay.
Because I know once he comes out of this, he'll remember things.
Yeah. He
So,
sort of like looks over and sees you organizing, and he goes, "Oh, if you could not, sorry, if you could not do that, that was
oh, I thought you said you didn't care about this anymore. If you
I
don't
did.
care, then what does the planning mean?
Um, I'm I'm not sure, but I don't know. Maybe I want to review it. I mean, I still have a lot of warlocks under my influence. It'd be good to know where they are in the world.
Why? What will they do for you now? Will they still
They
follow
will,
you?
they'll do what they're told. They're my warlocks.
Why did they join you in the first place? Was it because they believed what you believed?
Yeah, well, different reasons. I don't know how much you know about warlocks and their packs, but some don't mind much as long as they get power. A lot of them actually, you'd be surprised. And then other ones, yeah, they're a little, they have that anger towards the world that I think I was feeling.
So you'll probably only lose a couple of them, the ones that agreed with that anger and wanted things with that anger.
Or you could just not reorganize my war board that I put a lot of work into and just
All right.
not fuck with it.
I'll go sit in his chair.
Okay. He goes like, okay. And like he's pretty mute right now, but you see that maybe not the cruelty, but the personality is still somewhat there, but it's like really like
Yep.
I don't know, very, very lost behind the wall of like no, without the emotion, he's just kind of a different person altogether, and he's it's weird.
Yeah, Trixie sits in the chair and puts her feet up on the table. So what do you think you would do if the person you wanted most in life came through that door and said they wanted you today. Would you care?
He sort of like stops making sparks. Kind of. Well, the person I most wanted comes to the door and says they want me to. I imagine I'd want to be with them as well. That
Would you
seems
feel
my pretty
happy?
obvious answer.
Well, just close your eyes. Imagine it. Do you feel the happiness? Do you feel the
Make a
joy?
persuasion check.
Fuck.
With advantage,
I know.
you got
With
your thing.
I
advantage, yeah,
rolled
yeah.
2 10s, so 10.
10. Close one. Okay, and you'll. Okay, I'm closing my eyes. Now what?
What's her name?
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay, well, you don't want to talk about it. Walks through the door. And I try to explain the scene. I just
Yeah.
keep going.
Yeah, you keep going. And you kind of do that, and you see this dissatisfaction on his face. Like, I guess in my current state, I wouldn't. You know, the reason I think I was so upset at everything being a real moderate word was, like, for as angry and as cruel as I became, I was on the other side. Like, there was no feeling in the world being with her, like being with her. You know? No feeling in the world. She just she made flowers have more color, even here in the Feywild, and the sun even warmer on my face. And she was like walking poetry. And I think that's why it hurt so much when she left. You do see a small tear, just like a single little one. It's for the power of the medication, it can't completely roll away the power Archfey feel.
But that's what you lose when you take this. All of those good things are the reasons you felt the pain. Without that, you have neither.
I guess that's the decision to be made then, isn't it? If it's
It's
worth if it's worth not feeling that horrible all the time and having to give up all the good stuff.
Yeah. Is the life without purpose what you really want?
I don't know if it's a life without purpose. I mean, there could still be purpose,
For
don't you
now.
think?
But eventually, you'll lose motivation. More and more you care about less. Like now, you logically know the things that you wanted. But even now, a couple hours later, you're already giving up on all of these things you spent years planning. So what's going to happen a week from now, a month from now, a year from now, a century from now?
Make a persuasion check. You have advantage, as you always do.
Roll better, roll better. Okay. 16.
16. He considers it. He says, it's a fair point. You're clearly a very wise individual. I can see that. So I'll ask you, like, forget about, the Iron Fey and the Fey and the politics of everything, right? Like, my whole life has been wrapped up in, or what feels like my whole life for a long time has been wrapped up in just feeling awful all the time. Just so sad and so angry and so hurt all the time without reprieve. Like, hey, it'd be wonderful if she, like you say, she came through the door and It'd be wonderful. It'd be my heart's joy, but that's not going to happen. So, is it worth feeling that awful all the time, endlessly, just with the hope that one day she might appear through the door and love me again?
What if you find somebody else? If you continue to take this medicine, if someone in your future comes in that could potentially give you those same feelings, you'd never know, you'd never feel them.
I've been alive for a very long time. I've felt pain for a very long time. And I have to say, there's no one like her.
Well, I
Maybe
am a
that's
very
because I've been locked away here for so long and I haven't opened myself to that kind of thing. But even in another life, when I wasn't this menacing ice prince, there was no one like her. You know, she was the only person for me, I think.
well, I am a very wise person, and I can tell you, I would never, ever voluntarily take this shit myself.
Well, your counsel is noted. What's your name?
Tristan,
Well, thank you, Pursuin. You're giving me a lot to think about. At which point, Jace and Ithrael may re-enter through the door, and Ithrael's done chastising Jace for being mean to Trixie.
oh, this is Nithroel and Jace.
Yes, yes. Welcome. What can I do for you two? Oh, sorry. Let me take down my silence spell for a second. Sorry.
Fuck. Okay.
There we go.
Okay. Well, mainly to accompany Trisawin on, for lack of a better term, Your Highness, counseling you.
Oh, we should provide more counsel. Well, it's very clear where you and your faction draw their lines, isn't it? Kind of managed to light a fire at this point. The fireplace is made of ice and quickly starts to melt faster. He goes, "Oh yeah, that's right, isn't it?" And he kind of like takes some of the ash and starts like shoveling it in there to put out the fire. Says, well, make me a persuasion check to whoever was speaking to see if the Prince of Frost wants to hear your counsel.
Okay. Nithroel, persuasion. I thought I was better at the a 10.
10 says, "Oh, very well. Let's hear what you have to say. I hope it isn't biased, given your affiliations."
Oh, you will come to know that my bias is quite different than that of my peers.
Okay.
I'm sure that Triswin has talked to you in depth about the losing of the highs and lows that come with your current condition. Um, and I would be more than happy to give you a demonstration so you can see and feel, or lack thereof, what it would be like to be with your loved one again.
I don't. I can see you all seem to know my story. It seems.
It is quite tragic.
Yeah, yeah, it is. I as I just explained to Miss Trissowin here, I, I I am well aware that if I'm not on these medications and if I saw her again and she were to take me back, it would be the most elated moment of my life, undoubtedly. But the reality is, I don't think she is coming back. I've been waiting for hundreds of years, and she made a deal with death itself to get away from me. I don't think that bears much hope. So what's left? Anger and pain and heartbreak?
Have you ever considered that perhaps one of the reasons she left was because of the man she saw you to become?
No. She left because of a mortal. That's why she left. She loved another.
Well, that would be the official story, I suppose.
It's the story that I was there to bear witness to.
But why did she choose this mortal?
I,
Yes, you do.
who are you that speaks so superiorly to me about my transgressions with the people I've loved?
My name is Nithroel Bibala.
Okay, Nithroel Babula, who do you think you are to tell me of my loss? Are you muted? Are you frozen? Yeah, you're frozen.
Oh no.
It's like this is an intensely long stab.
Man, daggers.
I was like, fuck.
Okay. I'll pick up until Mithril stops speaking.
Yeah. You pick
Very
up.
committed.
Who
Yeah.
are you exactly, or who were you mad at? Were you mad at her for choosing another?
I failed to see the purpose of this exercise, but well, you met the Sisters of Lament. They were once the Daughters of Delight, and they had a sister, and it was that sister that I loved more than any. She was promised to me, but she did not love me the way I loved her, and that's. And you see, he's like, in these points where like you expect would be the height of emotion, like he does have these like long drawn out sighs of longing.
Why don't you just choose another to love?
You seem quite wise, and I've told you, I haven't loved anyone like I loved her.
But perhaps that's the same for her, to the mortal. So if you
Whatever the
can't
root.
change who you love, how can you expect her to?
I don't. uh, I've I've gone through this many times over. There's been times where I have wanted her to, and there's been times where I realize there's no hope. Most of the time, I feel so hopeless, and the only thing that gives me any respite is if other people could feel worse than I do, somehow maybe that might make it better. Or if I was to take revenge on the Raven Queen herself, maybe that could do it. I thought of 1,000 ways to try and mend everything that's happened, and the best I could come up with was that maybe if I take revenge on all the worlds, that it would somehow make some small amount of peace in my heart. He sort
Have you
of
ever tried?
leans over the war map and looks at his plans.
Have you ever tried forgiveness?
No, it's hard to forgive when everything's so raw all the time.
It is, but it's not raw now.
So you think well, I know your argument isn't that I should stay on these things.
No, but you can clearly think about the situation without your emotions while you're on them. Temporarily, hopefully. That's why I'm trying to talk you through all this now. Because you'll remember it. And when your emotions come back, hopefully you allow them to come back.
Good have they ever done? They've they have forced my affections upon a woman who did not love me, and forced her to flee through time itself on a deal with death, and then everything that followed due to my emotions was been nothing but suffering all around me. What good is emotion? What has it ever done for anybody?
What? I've lost the word. Sorry.
Exactly. Let's say that.
What implications, that's the word I was looking for. What
Implications.
implications will this have on everyone else? If you don't care, if you don't join this war, what implications does that have for the rest of the Feywild? There's a reason they want you to take this. There's a reason they've come to you.
You think they mean to weaken me? They think I'm the key to the protection of the Feywild somehow.
You're a big part of it. Of course you are. That's why they come to you. I have no doubt that that's what exactly they're doing. They're not doing this out of the kindness of their heart. They already tried to assassinate numerous Archfeys. We were there to witness that. I think they're smart enough to know that they're not strong enough to do that directly with you.
What have the Archfey ever done?
Done for you?
My torment, my suffering, my pain.
Would you
The
ever let
Sele couldn't stand to even look upon me.
Would you ever let anyone try to help?
Not in a very long time. You truly think that a life of lament and pain and vengeance on all the world for what it's done to me is better than just not feeling? Not feeling as intensely anyway.
Yes. I would hate not to feel.
It seems a high price.
It is. But you're strong enough.
You make very strong points. You do realize the only reason we're able to have such logical conversation without me trying to cut your head off is because I'm on the medication, right?
Oh yes, I'm aware. I wouldn't be sitting in your chair right now.
No,
if
you wouldn't.
weren't. But I'm hoping that, you know, once your emotions come back, you'll be super pissed at me. But hopefully you'll remember everything else as well.
I'll see if I can find a point to all the rage. Thank you. And he'll be like, now you can all go. And he'll ask you all to leave.
I think I've said all I needed to say. I'll leave.
And as you're leaving, Tristawin, he'll say, and one more thing before you go. You make very valid points. And I think the quality of a group can be determined by even one. If you are wise as you are, I'm sure your other group members have merit. They have words. I would hear counsel.
I will speak to them.
Very well. You are dismissed.
I leave. Okay. I hate that I had to do that by myself. That was a
You
lot.
did a good job. You did a good job.
Meanwhile, me and Vivian are messing with the guard at the front door.
You were great.
I'm not touching you.
Imagine like
Desist.
the kingdom I would
Desist.
have if Trixie had charisma.
All the Feywild would be a better place. I'm not touching you. It's like, desist immediately. Stop.
No,
Stop
I can't.
that. Desist immediately.
Nope, you can't do anything.
The armistice, you must desist. Shh.
I'm not touching you.
He's not actually touching you.
You're touching me. You're in my space.
So no, I'm in my own space. I'm occupying my own space right here. So, swinging my arms, all this space.
You're violating my safe space. Even guards need a safe space. The other guard like nudges him, like very pointedly. He goes, and we'll just go back. If we want, we can say Nithroel and Jace go off to do something. Wonder why they're always off together. Weird. But anyway, Trixie, you can return to the group if you wish.
Tell them all that transpired. It was actually a really good talk, I think. And then Jay showed up and, you know, he kind of screwed up for a little bit, but then Mithril made him leave again.
So he's wanting to speak to each of us.
I mean, I think, like, you know, we could meet him and all talk to him.
Is this before or after the drugs wear off?
I'm thinking
Before.
like tomorrow morning, before the drugs wear off, but like give him a bit of time to like stew with what he's got. It'll also give us a chance to sleep and stuff.
All right.
All right.
What about Tamlin? I'll like motion over to the makeshift house. Are we just gonna leave him there overnight?
I mean,
You're muted, Tamlin.
You're muted, Tam.
we don't know what Tamlin's saying.
I bet it doesn't. At this point, you can hear him laughing raucously inside.
Oh,
He's fine.
he's probably
Sounds
fine.
fine, yeah, and he can
He's
keep an eye on them.
Fine. He's fine.
And the sisters would, said they would come get us if they tried to talk to the prince again. So I think we're mostly covered for sleep.
Okay. Okay.
Whoever wishes to may gain a long rest if they wish to. Under the protection of the armistice, you'll be safe.
I don't know. I kind of want to be sleep deprived.
Yeah, who wouldn't
Rest
wish to?
deprived, you know? Okay.
I have to give back my extra 2 charisma, I think.
Yeah. As you sort of like settle down to go to bed, you feel very tired, Tamlin. Your +2 charisma bonus will wane, as will the like obsessive happy high points and the like dark, like deeply depressive lows will sort of subside and you'll even out.
All right.
Back to who you once were.
Max hit points go back to normal from the previous session?
Yeah, long rest.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was
From
double checking.
from the vampire bites.
Yeah.
Oh yes, from the vampire bites. That's right. Yes.
Okay. So the next day.
It's
So
the next day.
we-
Tamlin, you are released. Not released, but you are. You do leave eventually after like. And the questionnaire is very like. I think it doesn't go on for very long. I think it's very like. Did you ever have a dog? And you were like, oh, God.
Fluffy.
You have like this wave of sadness as you remember your dog. And he goes, oh, okay. I wasn't even done the question. And determines that maybe it's not best to give you the examination while you're sort of dealing with the withdrawals of the medication and invites you to return. But is there anything you would like to talk to the Iron Fey present about?
No, nothing that I have in mind. I'm good. I'm good to go to bed for the night.
All right. Yeah, they have a guard on you at all times. Eventually, you leave. They give you back your sword, and the scientist will. They put a hand up to shake your hand, and then kind of like not do it, and then go to do it anyway. Very much like like very casual, and then like like, and then doesn't want to seem rude and kind of re-extends the hand and kind of has a look of like, oh, I shouldn't have done this.
Nice. Okay. I'm coming back for that scientist at some point, but I'll leave them in peace for now and be as I guess encouraging and comforting or whatever as possible as I shake their hand and kind of, give them a friendly, jovial nod, wink sort of thing. Thank you.
All right. And we'll let you go. Okay. It was a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Tamlin.
Nice to meet you, Dr. Jason.
All right. And you go to bed. As Tamlin returns, Tamlin does not seem harmed in any way and seems to be the old Tamlin again. And you guys all get a long rest. You all succeed in getting the long rest required of you. At which point, early morning, you're all summoned back down to the crypt where when the sun rises today, again, it's sort of like a gloomy, not even like a gloomy, just like a normal day. In fact, I think it's just like, it's not like a Fey day where like, if it's sunny, like the sun beats down in great warmth and there's not a cloud in the sky. It's never like that over accentuated weather where it's like extremely warm weather. It's just a normal sunny day. It's not particularly warm out, but like the sun's out. It feels like the mortal plane, as some of you have visited before. Just like a normal sunny day. No clouds in the sky, really. You all make your way down to the crypt where large slabs of ice have fallen off of the walls, and the moderate temperature has begun to melt things away. Which there's probably like a layer of water on the ground as you step around the crypt now. There's like a as it's beginning to flood. And the Sisters of Lament and the Prince of Frost have sort of returned to their position, and all of you kind of come to this final stay or final meeting here. The Prince of Frost, who looks a little different than when you left him, Trixie. You do see like the features seem slightly more fey, a little more accentuated. The skin seems a little bit more pale, a little more blue. Sort of the dark circles under the eyes, as if like the old fey essence is returning, but it's just barely there. It's just barely recognizable, a change, but enough so that everybody does notice it. And he says, "Welcome back, everybody. I have experienced this thing and received a great deal of counsel. And here we stand." The talker, the Iron Fey, says, "So, is everything we promised it to be? I hope there was no difficulties transitioning into the medication. I was told it could be a little jarring at first, but I guarantee you we're just here in the means of help and appreciation for an individual who's struggling a little out there, you know?" The Sisters lament go, "Lies, master, lies! I can take it no longer. They speak in half-truths. They come and they feed you medications. They do as they promise, but they don't tell you the whole truth. Surely there's more to this than..." And he says, "Enough. Enough. I have heard your counsel. Enough. I'm well aware that you who have brought this medication surely have other interests with this. You said you didn't want us to take part in the war. I've been around for a very long time, and I think I know a garnering of support or a slaying of morale when I hear it. You mean to placate me with these medications, and when I don't join the war, when it happens in full, the other members of the Fey courts might be a little less dissuaded." And he says, "Prince of Frost, I can see you're clearly not the regular sort, that you see past just the simple kindness. And I assure you, there is kindness intended here. Legends tell of your misery, and you seem to have not be in such misery as you were before, in fairness. But I detest, and I withdraw, and I will be honest with you. Yes, there is a war going on. The Prince of Frost is regarded to be a very dangerous warrior, and as I'm sure anyone would do, I mean to save the lives of my people by keeping such a ferocious warrior at bay, and surely. But there's more to that, you see, and I'll be completely upfront and honest. My company sees the potential of these medications, of helping people, and the Archfey are very infamous for squabbling and going to war with one another over petty insults. Well, we just heard that the whole summer court erupted because someone sang a song or something, and it pissed everybody off because they got the wrong idea about this person and that person, and I could go on. I'm sure you've heard the many tales of the emotions of the Fae getting in the way of the things they want. A lot of Archfey can't get out of their own way, you know? So that is to say, if your honorable majestic Prince of Frost, find that this medication helps you, maybe it might tell the other Archfey that they don't need to suffer in the throes of mania, and that maybe they can also live a little peace as well. And this is the honest truth. Maybe indeed there's a little advertising to be done with your own success, if it is indeed a success, your majesty. Only if it's a success. If we have a success here, maybe we have a success helping out other Fey other way, or all over the Feywild. Prince of Frost says, "Over the Feywild you mean to conquer." He says, "I'm not the military leader. This, of course, is the plan, but I don't think that my company would go out of their way to help out Archfey. They didn't mean to sort of... I mean, let's say, hypothetically, Queen Titania hears the Prince of Frost himself took the medication. It was a complete success, and he's living a peaceful life. And she decides to take it, and she stands down the Sele troops. We can all begin to sort of come together, maybe try out an alliance of sorts. Maybe there could be a ceasefire, a harmony, maybe, even when people aren't driven by emotion and driven by logic instead. This Feywild's big enough for all kinds of folks. Wouldn't you say? Yeah, the Prince of Frost says, oh, go ahead, Tamlin.
No, Your Majesty, if I may.
Please.
Yesterday, I volunteered and you asked me to relay to you my experience with the medication, which I did, and thusly informed you, and you made your decision to attempt the medication for yourself. However, I've since learned that was only a portion of the process. In order to truly understand the effect of the medication, you have to not only begin it, but to see yourself again without it. That's the best way to make an informed decision on how you truly want to continue, on the medication or as your full and entire self.
You say you feel different since being on it, sir?
I'm off of it now, and I'm back to who I was. And I will tell you that I welcome with great enthusiasm the emotion that the medication masked while I was taking it. I'm happy to restore you to your former state, and you can always take more medication if you decide you want to return to this placated form.
Interesting proposition.
I will tell you there was quite an experience of withdrawal.
Was there?
Oh yes. I felt quite unstable for a number of hours, and that's not an indicator to me that any of the effects of the medication are necessarily completely without repercussion.
The doctor says, if I may, and of course, I mean, no offense to anybody present, but I would like to bring to bear and bring to mind that the medication was more meant for you, Your Majesty, and it wasn't meant for Mr. Tamlin here, though of course I'd be more than happy to see if I could find something that was a little more in his area, more fit with his own constitution and physical chemistry. But that is also to say that we do think Mr. Tamlin wasn't completely honest about his experience with it, that he may have used magics or tampered with its effects in some way. I mean, of course, no disrespect, but I just want the truth to be laid very bare about this medicine. I've painstakingly worked through this, and it's my life's work, sir, and I would not have it tarnished on a lack of information. And that's all I mean to say, sir. Yes, I see. Is this true?
This is fair. In order to determine speed up the process and determine what the result would be if one was to try to leave the medication, so as not to be, for instance, somewhat enslaved to it. We did remove the effects of the medication magically, which again, I'm happy to do for you. I don't know that necessarily invalidates our claim or your choice to make a clear and informed decision on how you prefer to exist.
Make a persuasion check, Tamlin.
Ha! 30.
Woo! He says, I am a slave to no one. The sort of talker says, "Your Majesty, with the utmost respect, we mean not to enslave you. That is not at all what we're up to. And would
I
you
think
say
that's
that
exactly what you said was your plan, to diminish the Archfeys, to
we mean to
lessen
help the Archfey deal with their emotion? I mean, is the baker enslaving a man because he feeds his hunger?
the Archfey thrive on their emotions. They would never give them up. Not the ones I've met.
And that's fair. There's some people who are going to stick to that, and that's their personal decision to make. And indeed, some maybe feel they have thrived on it. But I mean, is it possible that the Feywild is celebrating mental instability? Is it possible that there can't be a more peaceful world out there where people are a little more evened out? Is it so strange to believe?
Your Majesty, consider the options here. We're not looking to take anything from you. We're looking to offer you a choice. Why would our good friends, the doctor and the salesperson, be so opposed to you being able to make that informed choice for yourself?
Yeah, he's sort of like, there is like a little like old Prince of Frost like glare in their direction. And he goes, Your Majesty, did I not say at the beginning of these proceedings that it would be your decision if you took this and you felt it wasn't for you? We'd be on our merry way. We have no means and no wish to enslave you. We're just, listen, the Feywild is a very strange place where there's different people with different wants and needs. It's the same where I come from. There's some people who are bent on war. There's some people who are bent on violence. And there's other people who think maybe there's a more peaceful past. And I promise you that I come from a people who mean to bring about a change in the Feywild through peace, through placation of emotion that has perhaps run a little too rampant for a little too long, Your Majesty. I mean no offense in being here, I assure you. The Prince of Frost says, I have heard much from both sides. You wish to use me as your propaganda in the Feywilds. If this is a success, and there's merit to that plan, but not necessarily insidious, and all of you are aptly joined against them, and I can see why Iron and Fey do not mix. So I would ask you all, who come from the land of feeling, if you have more to say, speak it.
All of this is done under the auspices that there is something wrong with the Feywild. All of this is done under the auspices that the Feywild is somehow their manifest destiny. Truthfully, they could stay home. If they want to traffic in pharmacology, they can do that. It doesn't need to have anything to do with the war of their people trying to destroy the essence of the Feywild. Have you been to their place? Do you know what it is they're trying to do?
They mean to bring war to the Feywild, clearly.
But then what? A treaty and then we all assimilate? What does assimilation look like? What is their endgame? They have no business here. Above the table, is Nithroyel here?
Because Jace isn't here, I'm gonna say that for whatever reason, Jace and Nithrael are like,
and there's nobody else. And there's nobody else who can do illusions. So all right.
Yeah, we'll cast them out for the time being. Sounded very extreme. They're just not here because the player is not here to play them. Says, sort of nods and hearing what you're saying. You said, what does that look like? Um, the sort of fast talker says, Your Majesty, yes, of course there'd be a change to the Feywild, but that doesn't need to be a bad one. Who's to say that we can't learn to live in relative peace and harmony? I'm no war leader. I'm no great leader. I'm just a man trying to help another person. We come here and we don't talk about auspices. We come in the auspice of health and helpfulness. That's all we care. He goes, that's enough.
Their home
I know what you want.
was
I am
horrible.
hearing from others. I know you think the lands suck. Okay.
No.
Go ahead.
It made me sick, literally. It weakened me. What do you think it would do to the Archfey who rely on nature and their emotions? It would weaken them, and they would hate it.
Looks at Brock. And you? Are you but a warrior, or do you have something to say?
Look, you know, they know, we know there is a war brewing, and this is their plan. Everyone knows that emotions are power here in the Feywild. Now, if you don't mind giving up that power, feel free to drug yourself, do what you have to do to go on. But we can't let that spread further. You think once they come in here, they won't realize that, hey, our emotions are powerful here? They'll just make their own Archfey. Persuasion, you say?
Yeah, and you can get one as well, baby.
Did you say I got one?
Yeah. I think I've got everyone, persuasion from everyone at this point.
6.
27.
27. He says, sort of like looks at you. Maybe your words sort of fall a little on deaf ears, Brock. He looks at you, Vivian. He says, it's been some time since I met with another Archfey I hadn't slain, unseen them. There's wisdom to your words. Purpose was spoken of in this hall. And I find myself wondering, what is the purpose of the Prince of Frost as it stands? What good do I bring to this Feywild as the Prince of Frost? What is it that I do to these lands that my rage and cruelty and contempt make it all worth it? If someone could answer that question, do it now.
I can, Your Majesty. It's balance.
Balance?
Most certainly. Without balance in the Feywild, without balance in the universe, without balance in the world, without something negative, without pain, without suffering, without inconvenience even, we can enjoy those positive things in life, as I experienced, as you experienced, as many of our friends have spoken of. A lack of that pain, of that bitterness, of that cold, it doesn't just cause the sea level to rise, as it were. It also causes there to be less meaning for those positive things. In order for there to be proper for things to function properly, for life to have meaning, there has to be balance. And in order for there to be positive things, something negative has to counterbalance that. That is your role and the role of this kingdom.
The talker says, Your Majesty, it doesn't have to be that way. You don't have to be a being of pain and cruelty. You can be more, you can be whatever you want to be. That's all we offer is freedom from this horrible cycle of there being bad people and good people. You don't need to be a character in some storybook. You could be whoever you want to be. The Sisters of Lament sort of move to the side of the prince, who's like kind of like uncertain, kind of rubbing at his head, but you can see like he's coming back a bit. You can see like the darkness under his eyes is growing, the cold of his skin. There is something about the jabbering of the Iron Fey that are beginning to, the plots and the jabbering of the Iron Fey that are beginning to get to him, and your words beginning to sort of sink within himself. And the Sisters of Lament sort of move up to his sort of shoulders. And they speak and they say, Master, don't you remember what our sister did to you? Don't you remember Sharia? He sort of looks at her like angry. The other one sort of whispers in his ear, says, don't you remember how she was promised to you and she fled, was stolen away by the Raven Queen, taken out from under you because she would not honor her oath? You didn't deserve this. You didn't deserve this. Stop. She goes, and they just kind of are sort of like, in a real fucked up way, are kind of like prodding at his trauma. And he begins to sort of like almost like bats at one of them, almost like swings his arm at one of them, and she kind of like recedes and then begins to slowly curl back. And you see the Iron Fey looking more nervous. They're like, this isn't right. This isn't right. And they go, listen to the Fey. They're right. They're here to trick you, just like the mortal did when he stole your bride. And he's silence. I don't. He's still who he is, with the medication still there. It's still sort of blocking him, but they're sort of stoking into him. You can almost see like, almost like his features sort of like in waves sort of like return. Like his face goes sharp for a second and sort of returns. Like his form is like trying to bubble over past the blocks that have been placed on him. But it's not quite possible. And there's, yeah.
Allow me to lift the veil of the medication, Your Majesty. Be who you were meant to be.
He goes, stop. I don't, everyone stop. I don't. And one of the Sisters of Lament says, come, Paladin, come quickly. Free our master, free him now. And it goes, whoa, this is not right. You don't you move. And the Iron Fey are sort of freaking out a little bit. The doctor's like, oh, I don't like this. He goes, let's all be civil, okay? Hey, this is no way to treat a person. Everyone calm down. Tamlin, you go to try and...
I am going to go run up and lay on hands.
Okay. We're going to have a little modified... we're going to have a little modified initiative here. It might not take very long, depending on how well people roll, but we are going to roll regardless, just to see where people land and if Tamlin's able to get there before other people are.
All right, this everybody?
Yeah, anybody who wants to take part.
Okay, I'll take part.
Well, I'm gonna do two really quickly here. So Tamlin, I want you to roll. I'm gonna roll for the person who's gonna try and oppose you.
Yep, no problem.
And that'll be the major determination if we need to go into a true initiative.
I'm your lead
Didn't roll
blocker,
very
man.
high. What'd you roll?
15.
There may not be a point for initiative. The talker individual goes, stop him. And that person sort of pulls up their like weird glowing light buttony thingamajig and starts like clicking on it. But it's too late. Tamlin, you rush the front of the altar at the end of your movement. You get right up to the Prince of Frost, and he sort of puts his hand up to you. There's very much a regret in him where he realizes like maybe he doesn't in fact want to go back in this moment. It's too much all at once. Lay on hands and slap him with it.
Yep.
You put your arm on him, your hand on him. The lay on hands plummets through him. The medication is violently wiped from his system. And similar things are going to happen to him, which happened to you. We're just going to go to a little track here. Suddenly, all at once, a cold like you haven't experienced before floods into the place. The water on the floor, like almost slurps away to the edges of the room and then shoots out of the side of the room like a Armor of Agathis spell. Just all at once, just like thousands of like icicle spikes shoot out. As you put your arm on him, his skin immediately goes icy blue. His features sort of return back to their prolonged fey. His eyes go white. His fangs go long. The sisters are like on his shoulder, and then all at once he just sort of pangs over himself, and just starts sobbing horribly, just horribly sobbing. Just like if he could pull his own heart from his chest in this moment, he would. Just like feeling the depth of pain and emotion flood into him all at once. The spines on the walls begin to sort of painfully cracking forth file into the room even more, like walls closing in. And everyone sort of looks a little panicky. On the Iron Fey side, and the doctor said, "You said that you said it was going to be okay." And he goes, "I didn't know they were gonna like bomb rush him." And very much like again, like the walls closing in, very much like the feeling of like anxiety and pain, and almost like an articulation of like doom and dread falling in upon you as these spines begin to move towards you, and you feel very much like Han, Luke, and Leia in the garbage compactor a little bit. And he sort of rises and he looks at all of you and he says, "You will sense to me to feel this again. This thing, I thought it'd never go away. But I remember how much it hurt at first. It's all over again. I will have revenge. I will." And he draws his blade from his hilt, this blade of silver and glass black ice draws from his side and he goes, "I will kill him. Who's responsible?" And he looks around, and as he brings the sword back and he moves at a supernatural speed, a vampiric speed, all of you can't help but brace, hoping you're not who he means by vengeance. And as there's this sound of slashing and you turn over and you see the talker Jeremy has been beheaded and falls to the ground, dead in this moment. And before they can really react, he turns around in another slashing motion. The guy like clicks the button, but it's too late. The blade slices through hand, keyboard, and part of the head, kills that guy right out. These two fall dead. This guy goes, "We need to go. Please don't." And he like grabs him by the throat and like pulls the doctor's face like right into his mouth and just like bites down. Blood squirts out of his throat and he tears his throat out. The poor doctor just and falls to the ground dead. The two guards turn to run. You feel free to get in on the action if any of you had an inkling to do so, but Prince of Frost, blood trailing down, immediately freezing across his maw. Goes, "Hey,
Does Does the iron burn him?
Yeah, no, it would. His mouth is like burning, but through like the anguish and hate and pain he's feeling right now, there's no sense of does it hurt at all. But you see the flesh is clearly like burned back from his lips and is slowly regenerating. And it's a terrifying thought. Like the vampire has no lips, and it's just vampire teeth as his lips like burn and sizzle, and he like runs through like this wild, bestial, cruel, and angry creature, bears through, and he just puts his hand forth and fires off a massive cone of cold that freezes the two of them in place as they are frozen in the moment. He turns back to the body, the two bodies, and starts just starts like slashing into them. The spine's still closing, and you guys are all probably standing like right in the middle of the room awkwardly as like the spines are like 10 feet on either side at this point. You're like, okay, this is really good. Does anyone have anything they want to do? Any reactions they have?
I'm just going to like cheer him on. Yes, vengeance, Your Majesty.
Vengeance! And I'll tell you what, Tamlin, one of your spells that transferred a while ago because you had opposed vengeance, you may return it back to its original. I believe that'll be your second level spell.
All right.
So your second level should be straight now, back to their original form, as you have meaningfully or not returned one to the path of vengeance.
All right, that is hold person returns.
That's right. Incredible. And anybody else?
Trixie's just happy.
I'll let him get it out of his system.
Okay.
If we wait a little bit longer and the spikes are like going to impale us, I'll do
move
something
out of the
about
way
that.
of the spikes, but
Yeah,
I assume.
if there's no, I'll turn into a gaseous form. I've got a thing that I can do if I got no choice. But you know,
I'll just
Yeah,
wait for Brock to break them.
Yeah, you guys are good. There's like 20 feet in the middle of the room there's like a 20-foot hall to the door that is unspiked, but very much everything right now feels like the world closing in very much. And actually, I'll say as the slaughter began, the blades of ice that were sort of coming towards you sort of turned into like an upwards motion, sort of like jutting towards the ceiling, a little bit more away from you all. More of like your inside, almost like a like violence against the Almighty, as you sort of like look up into the roof and like the spines are jutting up like fuck the world, like very much a visual articulation of like hate for all things above. And he, for a good minute, just lets the blood that burns him, but he regenerates about as fast as he burns. But the blood, Vivian, at one point, some blood scatters across your face. Your skin starts burning horribly like citric acid. You're going to take only 1 point of damage. Get lucky. But it burns like nothing. They're very blood. And the Sisters of Lament are also cheering. Yeah, tell me, you're like, yeah, vengeance! And the Sisters of Lament are like, he's returned! Almost in like a biblical lament. And he sort of stabs the barely recognizable slabs of iron meat on his floor one last time with his blade, bitter edge. And he turns around as his lips are like reforming. Like, I would even say from all the blood splatter, like you can see his skull visibly through part of his face, sort of looking at you as his eye sort of like goes glass, like returns glassy and then reforms into a proper sort of blank white eyes. He's like two-faced at you all right now. He's like, what else do you fucking want?
We too want vengeance, Your Majesty.
Speak quickly.
The oh shoot, what was it called?
Harmony Winter.
The what? Harmony of Winter, yeah. The Harmony of Winter. We're told you know where it is and you've attempted to use it.
Some kind of frost armor.
He goes, so You return me to the world of hate, and you come here for nothing more than trinkets. Fucking petty is the world. He sort of like turns to all of you, sort of fingers sort of like twitching at his side. And he goes, You all have made me what I was. Cruel, unforgiving, angry. Congratulations. Get the fuck out before I rip your throats from your skulls.
We should probably go.
Should we?
Let's give him a moment.
Sort of, blade is drawn. You're not moving when I touch you.
I'm not catching what you're saying.
Oh,
Each time
fuck,
it
sorry.
cuts out.
It cuts out. Fuck. Here, let me see if I can change my audio levels. Yeah, it's on auto. Sorry, there we go. He says, You're not moving. You're not moving when I fucking told you to. You wanted the Prince of Frost and all his bitter cruelty. Congratulations, you will have it. Next week, we'll roll an initiative.
Well, not next week, but when you
That's
get back.
right. When I get back. Sorry to put us on hold like that. But we will. Probably not. If the calendar's right, not till we're back in March.
March 2nd?
I think so. Whatever it is, 3 weeks from now.
The first one is March 2nd.
Okay, there we are. March 2nd.
All right.
But yes, as I had put in the original post, if anyone